Some of them were, my cousin went there, or my best friend in college went there.
Come on, did you at least get the Grizz out of the first round? Come on.
Initially I didn't, then I did, then I think I didn't. I might have, because I went back and forth. And then I struggled with BYU and Utah. Like my first, I did the quick pick. Then I made like all the teams I really had go to the top, and then I can't do that.
What's scary about this? It's all projected. Yeah, you could say, well, I think we're going to have some. And what happens if it fails? We're stuck. Where's your seed? Exactly. I mean, there's no. What happens with those things? There's nothing that happens. All it takes is one road to slide on the big ones. They did. Okay. I haven't.
I'm having a high school
No worries.
student
That's
shower
so
meeting
funny that they.
for
Oh, I
the
don't.
commission meeting, so
Okay.
it's not an invisible fan.
Kids meet. Yeah, it's about half hour. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I don't know if they do.
And probably the ones that are developers. Switch Stewart is one too. He said we probably need to talk about what to do. Let's find a time. Absolutely.
In Grant County. That's why it started for the grant.
That one's a done deal.
And Nine Springs has the same attorneys as Grant.
But you're going to have
It's
more
just,
and
well,
more.
the laws of what, 5 or 6 years.
Anybody with the big chunk of credits.
I think it's 5 or 6 years since it goes away in 5 or 6 years.
See, I wouldn't want to go that way, Mike. If I was legit, I wouldn't want to. But if I'm flipping a project, I would want to go.
You think about it. Who knows?
So we could.
The cost and the risk.
It could still be referendum.
No, it can't. It's totally. I can't blame the developer for taking advantage of it. I don't like it. It's serious. They will continue to happen.
How they're gonna pass the feasibility study.
You read the one for down in it's on the website. I read
I
it.
didn't read the one at Grant County.
Hello, how are you doing, TR?
Is it,
Because
they
it's
just,
like, yeah, you're
it's just projection?
Well, and I think there is some stuff that could, because they have to look at it, but I think we need to show, look, outside of Slime, we've had issues in Morgan County, we've had issues in Stanford, outside of Kansas too. Every other feasibility study where there is existing business.
Wasatch Peaks didn't even have 100 residents.
They can't.
You're getting
They
their
won't.
infrastructure going.
Well, here's the other thing is we've got roads. They plan on construction to access that road.
That's why 540 is like the damage.
Let's all keep working on it. I'll try to stay.
Who passes a law for a specific? Thanks.
Blaine, how are you doing? As if you know. Just that Saturday. It's a lot.
Well, I saw that they asked for 60.
We've been involved with this. We gave them some.
Yeah.
That would be so much.
They want 3 different.
How about or I know that's.
You ready to roll? You ready to roll on this?
I'm ready to
Okay,
roll.
let's do it. Let's get moving. I want to welcome our ice cream ladies in the back. Thanks for being here. So I'm just going to turn the time over to you on this. I've read through some of 200 pages is a lot to get in our packets, you know.
100 pages?
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay. Okay,
Yeah.
not mine.
No, yours is
Okay.
40 something though, if I remember right. Which is good. It's good. I read all your notes and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on all that stuff because it's there's a lot of things to think through on this stuff that we can't mess up, or we're going to have a bunch of people grandfathered into stuff that we don't want.
That's correct. And in drafting, like redrafting, because our ordinance is pretty slim, and there's also some language in it that's pretty confusing as well. So in drafting this, like, I couldn't get a really good draft because I think there's a lot of policy decisions that are up to you guys. And number one, and so I really just want to kind of start the discussion of finding out some of the bigger issues that you guys have or concerns that you have, and then talk about like ways in which we can limit the number of short-term rentals and how to do that and how to do that fairly. And so in the draft ordinance, I showed several different ways, if you're at that part, about limiting that other counties have done. And so I think it's whatever that works best for us.
What do you think the percentage is of how many permits do we have right now?
That's why I wish we had Josh here today. Do you know?
I could look that up.
It's not very many. Would you say under 25?
I'd have to.
You mean those that are actually permitting?
Yeah.
License.
I'm just trying to figure out how many were actually grandfathered of
It's-
those who is actually.
Why? My question is, why would we grandfather them?
Because it would be a taking if we don't. Now, there's some ways around that, and I think getting this ordinance passed, the business license is a license, not necessarily a right. So if they fail to renew or fail certain other things, then they're gonna lose that grandfather status.
So, what's the difference between a license and a permit?
That's a great question, and I think it's kind of a gray area, but I also think it's a way to limit it.
Okay. I have a million questions.
Hmm?
I have a million questions, so.
Well,
Permit is a
we're gonna
land,
have to
this is a business
Like-
license.
give each person 10, so that's gonna cut down your million a lot, but
Okay. Well,
probably
you guys,
maybe
you guys
10
ask away.
10 each.
Yeah, it may.
Then we can go from there.
Yeah, we can go page by page.
Mike, what are some of your questions? I'll start with you.
Okay. So I own a short-term rental in another state, so I'm pretty familiar with laws in other jurisdictions, and actually did quite a bit of research about the laws in different jurisdictions before settling on a state where I did that. And every state and jurisdiction is very different. It looks like we've borrowed from a lot of different places, which is great. In fact, some of this looks like stuff from Oregon, the 16 people occupancy limit. I don't know if that's Oregon, but
That's a standard around, yeah.
yeah.
And I think it might be based off of like building code or something like that. That's where they're coming up with that.
So there's a few things. I think while I agree with having some pretty stringent, I guess, regulations, I also worry that the more stringent we are, the less people will comply and the more difficult it may become to police the situation, so to speak. And things like number of occupants, right? Like I can understand saying, hey, you don't want 200 people at a house in the middle of a neighborhood. But I've also been at Airbnbs that are 10-bedroom Airbnbs, and to limit it to 16 people maybe is too little, right? And so I think we need to maybe think a little bit about that, and maybe that's something we can discuss with our fire chief in terms of, what do we feel comfortable with and how does that look? One of the things is at the end of this, you had like the checklist, not checklist, what was it called?
Like for the fire inspection.
It was no. Where is it? It was for the guest. It's the
Oh, yeah, like the good neighbor policy.
good neighbor policy, yeah.
Yeah.
as a short-term rental owner, I don't necessarily disagree with any of those policies, but I'm not sure that it's the county's responsibility to enforce and to put those policies in place, if that makes sense. Like, I understand some portion of that. I just want to make sure that we don't get to a point where this becomes really hard to police.
Won't it become our problem though if the police are always involved?
Well, maybe. You know, I mean, if you're an Airbnb owner though, you're going to self-police a lot of this stuff because you're going to set an occupancy limit for your home and you're going to self-police it. I mean, I literally sometimes will watch on the doorbell camera as guests go in and out and count and go, oh, okay, there really is only 10, right? Like, or they've got 12, in which case I'm calling them and saying, hey, you know, the agreement was you had 10, you don't get 12. Things like quiet hours, you're going to self-police that to some degree too, but it's also, that's going to be hard. And I feel like if the county's the one saying this is the rule, guess who's going to be called upon to enforce it? For sure, it's going to be the county. So I like it. I think it's a good starting point, but I think we need to really comb through and say, hey, you know, is this really our responsibility to police? And what happens if they do have 17 people instead of 16, right? What do you do for that, you know? And are we going to go out and knock on the door and say, you know, or call their local agent and say, hey, we've got reports from the next door neighbor that you have 17 people there. Anyway, that's just my initial thoughts. And I do have thoughts on lots of different sections. I won't go one by one yet. I think everybody can maybe throw some thoughts in and then we can go through them.
And I really tried to provide you with everything.
Oh, I think
that
this is wonderful from that
That's
perspective.
point to start crossing stuff off.
Yep.
Do you have any that stood out to you?
I've used short-term rentals a little bit, you know, St. George, Hawaii, different areas. And, you know, when you talk to the people that are living in those areas, I think one of the biggest concerns I hear about is, I mean, you hear about the noise, but most ones I've said, I mean, people seem to be pretty respectful of noise and crowds. But I think it's just that transient feeling of their neighborhoods. You know, I really think that people are like, this isn't a hotel. I didn't build a house next to a hotel. You know, to have different people coming on, you know, like, when we think of our communities, we think of kind of a tight knit, and I think that's what Morgan is. I think whether you're in Porterville or Richville or Mountain Green, you really feel like a tight knit community. And then when you have these transient people coming and going constantly, I think that's a big concern, you know. But again, how do we enforce that? Or, I mean, I was reading the one that kind of caught my eye was when he said only one within 1,000 feet of another. So that would, and I'm like, okay, you know, that would. But again, are we getting so strict where you're just not going to know about it? Because, and maybe you know the answer to this one is, I believe it was our assessor that told me, even if she had a list of all of the short-term rentals in the county, she is barred from going and pursuing those by state code. Is that correct?
So
Is that,
there is a statute. So say you can see an Airbnb listed on a website.
Mm-hmm.
Can't use that listing alone as a reason to try enforcement and say, hey, you're not licensed or you're not permitted to have a short-term rental. You need more information than that. I think that statute, how I read it, is that it's more about, you know, your First Amendment right to advertise, and that we can't just use that. We need more than that in order to punish or, you know,
so you can't use Vrbo or Airbnb to go do your data
that's the
collection.
site, yeah.
Okay, because that was one of, as I was talking to Janelle, it seemed like a frustration. She's like, we know it's happening, we know who's doing it, but yet we can't do anything about it.
But we can find other evidence in order to
I know,
enforce it.
And that's where, because there's,
Like?
Like, that's a really good question. Is neighbors reporting it?
But have you ever had, I mean, you've been in a short-term rental.
Oh, yeah.
My mother-in-law rents them, supposed to sleep 10 and it sleeps 30 really, is what she does. I've never had a county or a government come up or a police officer and try to enforce that. Ever.
See, and I don't see, the county would be, most of these are pretty typical in quite a few of the Utah counties, these regulations. And I don't see it as county enforcing it. I think that's when you have neighbors calling it in or neighbors reporting it. And then it becomes enforcement as regarding whether or not you get to renew or keep your license. If we
So are
continue
they
to-
annual renewals?
Yes.
Well, that's a
That's
good
the
thing.
current, that's the current one. Okay. What is our current? I mean, how strict is the current one?
There
Because
isn't much
it's-
in our
It's not
current
much
one.
from what I read.
Come sign up, pay your money, and here you
It's
go.
just a business license now. We don't even have a,
Yeah,
do
we
we?
don't have, well, we've got a section on it.
But it's not,
Short-term rental permit.
short-term-
that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's basically an application, pay your money, and
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe a couple pages long.
Did you check into Hawaii's?
I didn't.
they've gotten
They've
really,
They've got a real good one.
but they've also got numerous that I'm aware of that. So they have areas where you can do short term, but then the people that are doing it, they're just not doing it on Vrbo or Airbnb. They're still doing it, and there's a lot of them still doing it. They're just not illegally doing it, and the neighbors seem okay. So it's kind of like Mike said. They're just going to do it, and they're just not going to tell you about it.
Yeah.
And so, and that was when I was there over Christmas. I was talking to several people because we stay in one on the North Shore. I was talking to him and then some of his friends and neighbors that were around about because they all live there and they have their Verbos, and they're like, well, mine is legal, but that guy over there is not. But we just don't say anything because he's not hurting anything. And so that's kind of the feeling in some of their communities. The one that really bothers them the most, from what these people tell me, are the people that don't live there. They purchased this house specifically for a rental, and it's just income producing. And now the locals, there's one less house that a local can purchase because they just bought it as an investment. And that's the one that, from my experience with the people on the water, is that's what really irks them, is that you've taken some of that away from the locals. And it's not a local living there renting out their basement or, an ADU or something like that. It's somebody that lives in California or Utah or wherever, Japan, because there's a lot of Japanese that are buying up on the islands. They're like, they don't even live here. And that's a frustration they have. So when we talk about Rome, about 75% of Rome, I think it was actually in their development agreement, could be used as rental. Is that,
It doesn't say that.
is it?
What it says in there is that they can have short-term rentals per the Morgan County Code.
So there's not like a limit or anything, but they can. Because I heard that Rome was advertising them as.
Development agreement, no. I went
Okay.
up and down
Okay.
that development agreement, and all it says is that they can have short-term rentals.
So whatever our code is, they have to follow.
What's
Is
that?
that the current code or future code?
Well, that's per Morgan County Code, so that's
It
why.
will be the future code. It'll be whatever's in
the
place.
future.
Right?
One of the other things I put in there, and I thought this was pretty brilliant, quite a few counties are doing this, they're requiring if you have that advertising, so like on your Airbnb websites and stuff, that you've got to list your business license and say, there's a disclaimer saying, here's our business license, here's our short-term rental license. If this isn't displayed, this is probably not a legal short-term rental in Morgan County. And it's in that draft ordinance I put. I think that's probably a good way to maybe even get around some of the enforcement issues of just, if they're listing on there without that on there and we require it, I think that might be a way around that state statute about solely prosecuting over just listing. Because then we've got that added component, you're listing and you're not following our code in your listing.
What about some counties and municipalities have taken an approach to limit the area in the county or city where you can do that? What are your thoughts on that in the research you've done? Is that something that it may just drive bad behavior in other parts? I don't know. I'm just
So,
curious.
honestly, my opinion, and I don't know that it's worth much, but I think you want short-term rentals here. It's not like we have a ton of hotels or places for people to stay. And meanwhile, where's everybody staying? And, you know, not spending their money here. I think it makes more sense to allow more short-term rentals in like the resort zones, town center zones, those kind of places versus, you know, our regular residential zones, because that's our more neighborhood where kids and family are. You know, in the condos in those areas, you're gonna see more of that transient, you know, activity. So I think if you did it by those kind of zones and districts and allowed a larger percentage there and then a smaller percentage in our more residential areas, I think that's the way to go.
I like that. An example would be San Clemente, California. We used to go there all the time. Short-term rentals were just overtaking us. So the locals kind of put up a stink. They banned all short-term rentals, and then they made it so it had to be 30 days or more. But now they're back, but they're in zones
Yeah.
because they realized they needed them. A lot of those are just second apartments or homes or whatever, and they brought in a lot of revenue to the town. So they brought them back, but in certain zones.
The other way we could do it is we could create our own short-term rental overlay zones with different percentages.
And you would just, so you'd have a certain number that could be of licenses that could be allowed in that area. Once you hit that limit, no more are allowed until one drops off or loses their license or whatever.
Can I just add to that? That's what some counties do, and that's why they have a wait list. And
Yeah.
it kind of drops people off, and then we have to wait till this person expires or things like that.
I think in some ways that can drive better behavior, because if you feel like, hey, if I don't take care of my property, I'm going to lose my license and somebody else is going to take my place. On the other hand, it could drive more underground too, but that's, I don't know.
I think with the Olympics coming and once we have an ordinance in place where it limits it, I think you're gonna see people applying and trying to become compliant.
If we go to the Olympics though, we need to find as many places as we can.
So I provided at the very end
Right.
my thoughts on
Right,
how to do
and,
that.
and I like
I
that.
think that's important to kind of get it out there now so that people are kind of aware. One of the things I was aiming at is that people don't start, you know, kicking out the renters.
Right.
So then they can quickly apply for a short-term rental and do that. And I don't know how that really works as far as, you know, maybe that zone is, you know, limited out. But I also think we want to have probably more short-term rentals during the Olympics. And I think that's where we start allowing home sharing, where you can do short-term rentals on bedrooms and things like that. As I have the main part of the code is you get the whole residential unit.
Yeah, I liked how you had it where you can't walk out, like, well, that bedroom's one and that bedroom's another, and they share a kitchen. I liked how you get the whole thing or not.
You get the whole thing. Because I'm sorry, I don't want someone there when I go stay at a short-term rental.
Not turning into hostels.
But then I think, yeah, with the Olympics, I think it makes sense to have more home sharing and that kind of thing.
Or I think we ought to open up the whole county.
Well, and
As
I
much
guess
as-
I guess you could do something that says like, hey, during special events that are approved by the commission, you know, these, if you did a percentage thing, the percentages could be double or whatever during that set time period or something.
Yeah, or you just don't, yeah. However, well, how I put it in the Olympics portion at the end of mine is that during these dates, anybody can come in and apply. But it's just for these
Just for that
dates.
time period, yeah.
And that was from November 1st to, actually you had to apply in January, but it's November 1st to
Yeah, they have to apply,
May,
yeah,
April.
January before, and yeah, it's from November to March. I figured that was that would cover Olympics and Paralympics.
And during,
Does that override HOA rules?
No,
No,
and
you
it's
can't.
in the ordinance that if the HOA says you can't have it, you can't get it in.
Of course, we won't always know the HOA rules, but I guess if somebody comes in and shows the county that the HOA prohibits it, we could revoke the permit.
Yeah. Well, and that's up to the HOA to regulate too as well.
So in there, it talks about not being able to use a detached accessory dwelling unit. And that one, I think that ought to be allowed, but so far we don't have it within the code. I know that. It's not within the code to be able to use a detached accessory dwelling unit, especially even during the Olympics. As long as it's been approved by, the county planning department to go and use them. But currently in our code that we put into the code last year, the detached accessory dwelling units could only be used for not short-term rentals, but long-term rentals. So if by chance you're gonna end up losing a renter during that time frame, it sure would be nice to be able to rent that out on a short-term basis just to continue with income, especially when we're in desperate need for housing during the Olympics. We're still short. Would be pretty.
Does anybody know, during the last Olympics, what did we have a massive influx?
Can I just say one thing about the Olympics that Penny and I talked about, because she's from Camas, and she said that she worked at the outlets at the time in Park City, and they were telling them all that it was going to get really busy. Everyone's coming in for the Olympics, and they were dead. And typically, everyone that came in for the Olympics just stayed within Park City and stayed within walking distance. So, based on what she said, I really don't know if it'd get that busy here.
And then Tiara actually texted about, I guess there was a bill passed this last session where we can use this.
There, yeah.
We
HB
can have them
256.
remove any illegal ones, so.
Oh, about tracking them on Airbnb.
Yeah,
That's
so-
what the code enforcement officer, he's been doing that as well once they pass that.
Once they pass it, okay.
And he's also had a lot of the Rome people reach out to him and let him know if someone's renting. So we've already had some of that come in where people have been reporting, do you guys know about this rental? So,
So, question I have is Tiara, if we can ask Tiara this information, what did they pass this year on the STR? Because I know there was a big deal about it. Did they pass anything?
That's the HB 256.
We're talking about where if you use the listings to look at illegal listings and you can contact who's going to take down those listings and who's going to be in our
And I think that plays right into one of the suggestions about requiring them to list their business license number on it. It makes it very easy that if it's not on there, we're going to assume that you're illegal. I think that plays right into it.
Plus, there's a couple other things that I think we need to make sure of when on the whoever we list it with, is they need to make sure that they have a sales tax license from the state.
So the problem with that is Utah now has the marketplace facilitators that are approved by the state tax commission. And of those is Airbnb, Vrbo, and Booking.com
Yeah, booking does too.
Is too. So with that, they don't need a sales tax ID because those companies are collecting the revenue and then providing it to us. Problem is, they don't delineate out who's
doing it?
short-term rentals doing it.
That's-
There is
yeah.
no good accounting. However, anybody that is listing, and Mike, you probably know this, is like if you're listing with an Airbnb, you can go on and see how much tax they remitted for you. And
You
so
just
I
pull a
made,
report at the end of the year.
I made that a requirement for renewal, is that they have to show us that so that
So-
it still doesn't prevent people from renting off.
Yeah,
You know.
once they start coming.
There is no way to police that and monitor it. So I think as
You're
long
always,
as you're
if
getting
people
some-
want to be dishonest, they're going to be dishonest.
Yeah.
The only thing with the Utah State Tax Commission is they do send us a list in the clerk's office, I believe every year, showing this is all the businesses who are collecting sales tax in your county. And I've gone through and I've sent out letters and things like that to try and catch some of that.
One of the things that we need to be looking at though is if we're trying to limit how many people come in, we're hurting ourselves in a way because we're limiting the amount of sales tax we receive in this county. And it's also telling people, hey, don't come to Morgan County. Here we are in economic development and tourism and trails and everything else, and we're trying to go and promote those things. How if we all of a sudden say, oh, the only place you can go to is the hotel or the state parks to stay, then we're saying, hey, we don't want you in our county.
I
Especially
think
when
anybody's
every-
suggesting that.
no,
at
but
all.
within this, if we have a specific amount
Oh,
that I'm saying is this, if we have a specific amount of only these places and we can only have up to 100 of them, we're hurting ourselves. We're hurting ourselves a lot.
well, the reason that a community, and I'm not advocating for or against that, to be honest, because I can see both sides of it, but the reason that communities have chosen to do that is exactly what Raylene commented on, is that communities will get to a point where every other house is a short-term rental and you lose your sense of community. So, yeah, you might have a lot of rental income, but if you don't have a sense of community, I don't know that does you a lot of good. So that's why there's pros and cons to both, and I don't know what the right balance is, but I think there is a balance.
Do you,
Like the percentage wise, because let's try it out, and if we feel like we need more, we can increase that percentage. And
We always start out small and increase. It's a lot easier to increase than it is to decrease it. I think about, our communities, right? Like Mike said, to have every other house, because it's good income. You look at what these people can make on these. If we're just looking at it as a tax base, but we're willing to have this transient community in the middle of Mountain Green and Milton and Porterville, and every basement is being Airbnb'd and every ADU, it's like, do we really have a community left? And so, I'd like to start small and encourage people to do it. Let's see how it works. It's like, this isn't that bad. Yeah, we can increase if the people of that community want to increase. I don't see it as a down thing, but it's like, let's not jump head first and allow it everywhere. I kind of like when you brought up, those
so
the zones, because you're kind of protecting those communities, and we could get feedback from the communities. What do they think? What do they like? Do they want every other house? Because I don't know what it's like by where you live and what the people there think or what they feel. Or
we just don't want too many. I'm just talking Porterville in particular at this point. We don't want very many, but if there's a house available for a short-term rental, instead of it laying vacant, let it be used in one way or another, whether or not you're going to rent it out for a long period of time or just a short period of time, for a short period of time. I may only do it for, 60 days, and that's it, and then I'm going to get a renter in there, or I'm fixing it up in between.
but if it's over 30 days, it's no longer short-term rental.
Right, but what I'm saying is if I'm repairing things within the house, and yet there are, it's available for a weekend or whatever, and somebody wants some tranquility and wants to come to Porterville, just like they'd want to go to Mike's place. They want to stay in Mike's covered wagons in the backyard, if he gets any, and, he might, in that campground you talked about a few years ago, and that would give you an ability to have, there's some people that just want tranquility.
Sure.
And they want to get away, and I'm looking at a point when I may need that extra income, and I'm not going to have it by a renter. I would like to just have maybe 2 weeks worth or 3 weeks or a month that I might want to rent it out, and yet I have to go through the process to. I don't mind having it VRBO or Airbnb or the other 2 or 3 that I know of. I would like to be able to rent it, and not on a long-term basis, just rent it for a weekend or 2.
So there's some websites that give you information regarding short-term rentals in any particular area. I just looked up our zip code. It says there's 127 STRs in the Morgan zip code currently. Average occupancy is 45%. So what that tells you is 45% is fairly low,
yeah.
which means there's more than are needed currently. Now, during certain times of the year, I'm sure occupancy is way higher and more needed during certain times of the year, but that gives you an idea. There's 127 in the county.
So I'm a little
And
confused at what
there's a
you're
little-
saying, Blaine,
Okay, go ahead.
because from what I'm hearing from you is you're kind of just saying, well, I want to be able to, if I want to be able to, whether I'm in the zone or not. So you're just saying it's okay for anyone in the county to do it?
It just depends. I mean,
Well,
I,
it can't
I,
just depend.
well, currently, they just need to get a permit to do it,
Correct.
okay? And in my area, I know of 2 within a mile of each other at this moment. and what I'm saying is this 1,000 feet is arbitrary, in my opinion. And maybe instead of having a house sit there and have nothing going on with it, it's an eligible house, it's a good house. Why not allow it to be, even though it might be close to another one, allow it to be a VRBO or an Airbnb or an STR, whatever we want to call them. Allow them to do that, even if they only want to do it for a short period of time. I can promise you, I don't want to do it forever. But if I do it, I would like to have it to where if I only want to do it for 2 months out of the year, I can do it for 2 months out of the year. If I want to do it for 6 months, then, that's different. But if I want to be able to rent a period for just an STR for a short period of time, it'd be nice to be able to do it. And I don't know if these rules, I don't know, there's exceptions to everything.
So what legally, what with overlay zones or with assigned areas or whatever you do legally, what are people, what can they say? You know what I mean? I don't, sometimes I don't get that.
Why
You're-
we can treat them differently?
Yeah, you're treating me differently than you are everybody else.
Yeah.
When we were looking at like the town centers or resort zones, by allowing more, that makes sense. And by limiting in residential, we are protecting the welfare of our citizens and families that are in those residential zones. So it's pretty common. There's certainly enough justification to figure out, less or more in those zones.
But if you put an arbitrary number in there, you're kind of locking yourself into somebody that if a house becomes vacant and they're saying, I'd sure like to rent that out, but I've got somebody within 1,000 feet.
Well,
You could get rid of the 1,000 feet and just do a
That is just a
percentage.
recommendation. We can
I don't like the 1,000 feet
No,
at all. It makes no
thank
sense
you.
to me.
Doesn't make a lot of
especially-
sense.
I'm more if you said, in this area, we're only gonna have so many.
Now,
It doesn't matter if they're
15%
next door to each other.
of the total lots
But
for
then that's,
residential units in this zone
Yeah.
can be short-term rentals.
And
They might all be together, but
do you know, is there a definition of what qualifies as that in terms of the minimum number of nights that you're renting it out during the year? Because I would imagine you could rent your home for 10 nights a year and it's not actually a short-term rental, right? There's got to be
term rentals,
even if it's one night.
even if it's one night, as long as it's under 30 days or 30 days and
Gotcha.
less, yeah,
So if you rent it out for one weekend for 2 days, it's an STR.
yeah.
I don't know. I guess that's another thing you could look at, and you could say, look, we're not even going to count it as an STR if it's under 10 nights a year or something. That's another. I don't know if you
Still
need
would-
to go to that level.
Yeah,
Just trying
But
to.
I would
if
like to
someone
have it-
only does it for 10 nights a year, are we gonna catch them or care?
And that's exactly. But I'd almost rather tell them it's okay than have them sneaking around and us having to enforce something. But I don't know. Maybe that's dumb.
I'd like to see everybody that
I
does
have-
one.
Of course,
have
our,
not-
our fire chief back there is thinking, yeah, but if we have a fire in one of those houses on that one weekend when there was 30 people in it, right, then we're in trouble. So
I think he might have some thoughts on
maybe I'm wrong on
occupancy.
that.
Lloyd, do you have thoughts on occupancy? The little checklist I saw. Yeah,
We definitely want to keep that bare minimum, like you said, how we don't. But if it's there, right, and they do something wrong, God doesn't follow us.
What do you mean by bare minimum?
so I thought the 10, anything over 10 people had to be sprinkled per the IFC.
That's interesting.
I can tell you now, I just don't like government involvement in a whole lot of this crap. I'm just being honest to you. I mean, you know, I just,
The more regulations, the more we have to enforce. So I
Yeah.
think it comes down to what is most important to us.
There's good and there's bad. Like if you make it easy, it's going to drive our prices up because investors are buying them up. So it's just going to get more and more expensive here. The good, I keep going back to San Clemente because we go there a lot, but they've made the short-term rental people a part of their community. Hey, come do this, and they're making money off of them. Come do that. I grew up in Moab. That is all short-term rentals. That's not a poster child, I don't think, because that's very transit now down there.
Well, and that's why Washington County did what they did. No, you can have them in this area, and you can have them in this area. You can have them. You can't have them here, for that same reason. So it's not just run rampant. Now, with the we talked about collecting taxes, right? And so, if I'm gonna STR my house, so I've got a complete, like basically, in-law basement apartment, and I rent that out. That is no longer, now it's full property tax, correct? Because how do they tax that
that's,
basement?
it's
Because
on a
don't I lose
separate-
that exemption because now it's a business?
It's a completely separate entity.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I lose that exemption for that square footage, don't
Lower
I?
part.
That I don't know. That's a Janelle
Yeah,
question.
that's the generic.
I don't think if it's in the same structure you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so if the basement is,
I don't think so because I think it's still owner occupied.
Yeah.
It's owner occupied.
so even this, so, okay, I was just, but if it's a separate structure, like a detached ADU, or if I'm not even living
It's a
there.
Janelle question. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just curious about.
I would
how
guess
the-
that it's not though, because I would guess that it's still, if the owner lives in one of those units, it's owner occupied.
I agree.
Okay. So you would still get the exemption on your taxes, but yet
Your property taxes.
you're using that as a business as well. So-
But in theory, you're paying sales tax and transient room tax
If we
to the
catch 'em.
county. If you're legit, right? If you're doing it the right
If you're
way.
legit, you catch them.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, unless they go and rent them out afterward, again, when they come back for a second time or third time.
If
I
you're
don't
listening-
feel like I have a good feel for what the community really wants on this one. I really don't. Because I've heard both sides. I've heard some people who are just adamantly, I don't want any short-term rentals, and there's others who are like, yeah, bring it on, right? It's great. I want to have a short-term rental down the road or whatever. So, I don't know. I'd love to maybe solicit some opinions from the community on it, because this could shape your neighborhood to some degree.
I agree. I think we should be thinking about our community and what we want as a whole rather than just.
And it may vary from neighborhood to neighborhood,
I say, because some of the area plans, what do they say? Like the Milton area plan, what does it say about what is Peterson, what is Mountain Green, does that? Because that should be kind of a feeling of what we've got going on in our areas. Could we just look at those? Because my understanding is, what's the Porterville area plan say? There's a new one for Milton and Peterson, Mountain Green just redid a new one. And what are those feelings? Is there even anything written in those?
I don't think there's anything written in them, is it, Cindy?
They don't
And yet we've got 3 of them right now.
Right.
But I do know that they talked about it. I think they maybe set up like East County stuff, okay, but the rest
There's no,
have grandfather.
I was gonna say,
Only if they're compliant.
Yeah.
Right, Wayne, I don't know if you remember, there was a big deal over that house up on the hill that they were doing that with, and they brought in a bunch of kids, and had a massive party, and
and law enforcement went out.
something in place when that happened.
And that I think that can be under the nuisance law. A lot of those can be under the nuisance
big
law. That
parties.
is a good law in our county, where like that one up there that she's talking about, that one, it was a nuisance, and we had to go in and do something. I know the law enforcement was up there, but the other 2 down closer to my house are currently, they're pretty good neighbors.
I could almost guarantee that the owners of those facilities do not want massive parties, because that's when things get destroyed. I mean,
Yeah, but this one that did
but
up on the
but it
top,
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think the Bilton area, that hasn't been submitted yet, has it?
No.
No.
I think they put that
And I'll
into
say,
theirs.
I remember, I mean, I was on that and I was like, I'm pretty sure we said no. And there's several in Milton too.
yeah.
You know.
My biggest worry is that every single house in the area is a short-term rental. That's
don't know
my
that
problem.
there's the
But that won't
demand.
happen because
There's not
we
the
don't.
demand currently for
Yeah.
that.
You might get them, but they
And
won't
then
be-
You're going to go broke doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to convert it to a long-term rental if that was the case. If you buy a property as an investment and you're at 45% occupancy, you're going to be just as well off doing a long-term rental on it.
And that amount that you came up with there was another one that I did last year, and it all depends on what day you go and pull that information up. We had 167 one weekend, so it all depends on the weekend and when they're offering that.
This just
listings
pulls
and-
based on what's live on Airbnb and
right, and that's all it is it's a market analysis on each day. It changes.
And you would think that, I mean, at the peak of our ski season, we're probably a little bit fuller than we are in April
And
or May when there's not.
yeah.
I noticed from the SOTA report that Penny told me about a few months ago is that there was like 7 or 8 of them that weren't licensed or more.
Yeah, that's why that report is good so that we can catch those and
we
send
can
out
catch
the
those.
letters letting them know they need.
Yeah. And also it's a neighbor.
Last year, not very many responses to the letters that I sent out, but we did get more short-term rental license applications in. So it did help with that. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, I believe it did.
I think the other thing as far as getting compliance with getting your license is having a decent website that says, hey, you need a short-term license, here's the application, here's the requirements, this is all you need. I think people are inclined to comply if it's easy.
Right now, our process for short-term rentals, first they apply with planning and zoning and get approval from them. Then they apply for their business license, and all we require with that is that their business name is registered with the state. And then if they choose to do a marketplace facilitator, then we just accept the proof of the listing on Airbnb or VRBO, and that takes place of the sales tax ID.
That's because they're paying it. I mean, the marketplace is
Paying anyway.
Yeah, they're paying it. It's just those that are not. And that's where I think we need community involvement a lot. Is if there is a short-term rental that is happening, we need to make sure that they're in compliance by letting the appropriate people know. That's one of the things. That's what we had to do with one, I know,
Well, no,
in my area.
there's one in Milton where the guy purchased a home, and as he got to know some of the neighbors, and it's just down the street from me, and he's like, well, I'll rent it out here and there as a short term, and no short sentence, he was told, like, you better be careful who shows up. These neighbors will not put up with
That's right.
anything out of you. And like, we're a quiet community, we respect each other's property, we watch out for each other's property, and he was warned straight up that people are watching, and hopefully the communities would police each other, police themselves, and just like here's what we expect in our community, and to keep it respectful. But I'd like to see what more of the areas, get some input from people and see what they're kind of wanting in their areas.
Isn't our biggest problem just the Rome right now? Or is there other problems?
Not necessarily. It's mostly in Rome, but I mean, they are spreading for sure. I mean, Mountain Green's a huge hub for short-term rentals.
Okay.
Really, people are buying homes for short-term rentals.
And that's just what personal perspective. That kind of sucks because people like me that would like to move here, it's supposed to be affordable housing. Now it's not anymore. And if it's all short-term rentals, and even to rent a place up here it's gonna become impossible.
So what if we were to raise the permitting fee? Would that slow it down or put a damper on any of it?
There's one thing on that I'd like to say is like Hurricane City, we've looked at theirs a lot, Penny and I, and it's $300 for a license for a short-term rental. So I think that net definitely needs to go up. It's only $50 right now.
Yeah, and I think it needs to go up. I mean, there was an area when we were researching this, our T-tab, is we were researching the Hawaii area, and that's where they got control over it, is they started charging $500 permit. Just for a person.
I
having
actually
this.
disagree
doesn't- that
100% on the dollar amount making any difference.
Can't
If you're
assume.
gonna be legit, you're gonna be legit, and you don't care if it costs you $500 or $200 or $50.
One night's rental.
Yeah, the average daily rate here in Morgan County is $443
A night?
a night. You take that times, what is it, 17 or 14 nights a month or so is 45%. That's $6,000 a month. So that's how they can afford to do that. They're getting a mortgage that's $4,000 a month, or $5,000 a month, and they're renting it out at $6,000.
I think it still should be more than $50 a year.
Yeah.
But
It can absolutely be more, but that's not going to drive
Oh, it's not
behavior
gonna
at all.
drive it down. No.
And I don't
But
know
I
that we
also
wanna
think
shut
you
it
should tie
completely down.
fees always to cost.
Cost
Right.
of-
So if it costs us $300 to process the fee, great, in our time and effort, so be it.
Right.
And we could tie some enforcement costs to that too, I think.
Right. That
But-
would be that plus marketing. You could also use it for that in other ways. I mean, that's what they did in Hawaii. They charged it $500, and it brought it to where they could use that money according to sheriff's needs, policing, cleanup, destruction on the beaches. Those were all of them that they were talking about. So, those were just some of them. I know we've got a lot of work to do on it.
yes.
Good job putting it together. Thank you.
You
That's a
guys.
lot
It's a lot of work.
It's, yeah, I've read a lot of code and a lot of case law. So, appreciate it.
There was a lot of work put into that. As I was reading through, I was like, man, it just kept going and going.
I know, like, when is this gonna end?
So it was good.
210 pages.
Yeah, it needs to be trimmed down. Do we want to plan on like a follow-up meeting or maybe?
We're
a
gonna
public
have to.
comment?
Yeah. I think we ought to get both. I would love to get some public comment before we get too deep into this, is my thought.
I'd say, what's the best
I
way
agree.
to gather that?
What about
Well,
Morgan
I mean,
Moms?
here in our public hearings, right?
Morgan Moms.
We could do online. I mean, I guess we could come up with a survey. I understand in some of these, area plans they've said, oh, we don't want any. I think an all or nothing approach is the wrong way to go on anything. An all out prohibition in any part of the county, I think, is not good. But I also think that you don't want every house to become one. So I think there has to be a balance struck with that. I don't know what that is.
Plus, just another thing that I noticed in here is when we start measuring it by vehicles, that can be also misleading because maybe it's a family and they all have one person in that family and they're all coming to it, or maybe they got two in one or three in another one. And, if you do it based upon that, I'm just wondering.
It needs
How
to
that-
follow our parking requirements for
Yeah,
our
it just,
land
all
use.
it says is that you have to have enough parking spaces. You could have
Okay.
plenty more.
You don't
so-
want people on the street obstructing
Right.
garbage, fire. that kind
But
of
if you have
stuff.
plenty of room,
We've had
it's
some
okay.
good success with our job form things when we've done.
Yeah, and we
so-
could put the jot form out there and let people give their opinion on it. I think we ought to be a little more targeted with what we ask in such a form, because it can't just be, are you for having these or not, right? Because I don't know that that's really the question we're asking.
You could
The
give
question
options.
is,
You give options like you.
yeah,
How would you like it to
want
look?
signs and- yeah.
yeah. Or what are your
But
biggest
for-
concerns with
yeah.
having short-term rentals in your neighborhood? Are people mostly concerned with the noise? If so, maybe we ought to focus on some of that. Are they mostly concerned with parking? I don't know, whatever it is.
Okay. She texted me and told me to
I'll get with Kate.
let you now. Let you introduce her.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Appreciate it.
I think Kate's listening, right, Kate?
Is,
She is.
well, she was.
Okay. So you've got that down? Thank you.
Now I'll let you do the hard stuff.
Okay, we're going to take a 3-minute break. Be back.
Appreciate your insight. And being an owner.
Oh,
So this is great. Everything we say.
sorry.
We have one night here. if you're gonna.
Easier to keep track of.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started so we don't waste your time. I want to welcome everyone here tonight, both online and here in presence in front of us. We appreciate you coming and supporting and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. I've asked Commissioner Newton to give our invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, so we'll turn the time over to him.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this community that we live in, and we're so grateful for the blessings of living here. We're grateful for the people who live here. We're thankful for the moisture that we've received this winter, and we're grateful for the spring that's nearly upon us. We ask Thee, Father, as we go throughout our meeting this evening, that we will have Thy Spirit as we discuss the needs of our community and be able to make wise decisions. We ask Thee to bless those members of our community who are in need and help us to be able to serve those that live around us. These things we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Has everyone had a chance to look over the consent agenda items? Any questions? Anything they moved? Okay, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by
You were doing so good for so long.
Commissioner Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Nickerson. Okay. Do we have any declarations of conflict of interest this evening on the agenda items? Okay, I have one with 9 lines, so I've done business with them, so I'll hold on that one. Okay, if none others, we'll move on. We have a presentation by Logan Taggart this evening for Rocky Mountain Power. We'll turn the time over to you, Logan.
Well, good evening. My name's Logan Taggart. I'm the Regional Business Manager assigned to Mountain Green with Rocky Mountain Power. I also have Benton Lewis, who is our substation engineer that will be keeping me on track if I get too far off the rails for the project that we're going to be discussing. Commissioner Nickerson got in contact with us, and we had a brief discussion with him about a substation upgrade that is going to be taking place in Mountain Green. And he asked that we come up and tell the rest of the commission what that plan is and what we're looking at. So I appreciate the opportunity to come up, and I know that understanding the infrastructure and power needs of the county is of great importance. So yeah, we're happy to be here and talk about it. So we have the Mountain Green substation, and do I have somebody? I don't have a clicker or anything, do I? You'll be running it for me? Okay, so we have the Mountain Green substation located at 3195 West Old Highway Road. The substation is currently, it's quite old. I put in a request to see if we could see how old the substation is. We were able to pull up information that the breaker that's currently in there was last installed in 1996, and the substation is older than that. Its current configuration is a 10 MVA transformer, meaning it essentially can serve 10 megawatts of capacity. A few components to this is it currently is operated on a single breaker, and we'll look at this a little bit more on the map of where that serves and everything. But that's important to keep in mind because these upgrades are going to help and improve some of those. So we can go to the next slide. So the new substation It's going to be situated on the same property, but it will increase to a 30 MVA transformer. So essentially 30 megawatts, tripling in size. Some key parts to this is there will be 2 dedicated circuits. So there will be a north and south circuit in there that will have individual breakers on there. This will add to some enhanced reliability. We're getting new equipment. Those breakers will be housed in a metal switchgear, and so it'll be updated and provide a much more reliable system. In doing that as well, we plan to construct a 10-foot high perimeter concrete wall around there to keep it out of sight. From the code, it looks like we need to have at least a 6-foot wall. We want to make sure from a safety aspect, people are not getting in there, and also we want to make sure that we're complying with code, that we're hiding that from the site. And so additionally, the wall will be beneficial. Sometimes these transformers can get a little bit noisy, and so this will help mitigate sound. We anticipate the estimated completion date of May of 2026. We do the transformer. I don't know if you've noticed, but we do have a laydown yard in the area. The transformer has been delivered. That was one of the major pieces that we were waiting on, and so it came sooner than anticipated. But we still have some long lead items that we are waiting on. So we're looking at May 2026. Now, the current substation is nearing capacity. We will hit capacity this summer based on our modeling. We're seeing that it will reach capacity. So the improvements do need to be made. And so increasing to the larger side should help with future growth, have some available capacity there. But it does need to take place, and as well as it will be an improved system. So we could advance to the next slide.
Quick question: when you say reach capacity, what does that mean? Does that mean we're talking like blackouts as a result of that, or are we talking no additional connections can be made, or what's?
No, we won't have. From my understanding, we won't have blackouts, but we are getting to a point where if steps are not taken, we could run into issues like that. And so this will need to take place. Now, like I said, on the new substation, if you can see on the map here, the yellow triangle indicates where the substation is, and where part of this upgrade is going to be beneficial is now we will be separating that out into a north and south distribution circuit. So currently, if that breaker operates, everything in the red goes out of power. So by breaking that out, if the breaker operates on one of those circuits, only a portion, the northern portion or the southern portion, could be out of power. So from a reliability standpoint, it's not taking down everybody on that substation. It could only impact certain areas. So that should be greatly beneficial.
So from capacity to termination or project completion, is there overlap, or is there a break where we should say we can't issue anything else? There's a moratorium on this till we have the correct amount of power. What is that look like?
So with us being a regulated utility, our obligation is to ensure that we provide power to customers in our service territory. We do not decide how that is used. Now, that doesn't mean that a customer can connect tomorrow all the time, but we will make the necessary improvements to accommodate those customers. So I can't say, yes, you need a moratorium or anything like that. That's going to be something that you guys will have to discuss, but we will make the necessary accommodations as developers, businesses, residents come to us requesting power to accommodate that.
Logan, if I could just, part of our conversation a month and a half or so ago, I brought up a customer of mine that lives down in Porterville, which kind of started this whole kind of a conversation, was with their voltage drop problems that they're getting every summer, which was just noticed this last year when we put a new service on their property. I believe you had mentioned that once this substation is upgraded, that will also help alleviate a lot of that pressure coming off of the Island Road substation as well, and kind of help eliminate those or alleviate some of that problem with the voltage drop heading down that direction.
Potentially, I don't
Or maybe
see
it was Jake that was telling me that.
major this having huge impacts on that. That's a different
It
substation
comes off
we're
different
looking at.
substation, yes.
But I know that through discussion, we have had in our office that we were planning to get some recording voltmeters out there and monitor and see what the issues are there. I know from my understanding, we have installed some voltage regulators and I believe some capacitors.
At the down on the Island Road substation, is that the one you're talking? Because before we started this, he said they'd already maxed out, the voltage regulators and all that were maxed out. That there's really nothing they can do at this point. That when the voltage drops, it's just going to go down. There's nothing. Basically, it's turned up as high as it can go.
And I don't know all the details on what those settings are at currently. I'd have to check into it to see. As far as we're looking at voltage issues towards Porterville, I do know that we have had some regulators installed that direction, and so we'll have to investigate that further. Probably when we're looking at the summer time frame where those voltages are dropping.
Yeah, because I know that they haven't seen the problems. Once all the air conditioners turned off, there wasn't the problem. And so I think part of the hope was that, and maybe it was my conversation with Jake and a couple of the others, that hopefully this would alleviate some of that pressure down there and kind of help with those voltage problems. But again, the recording voltmeters and to see what's really happening down that direction. So.
Yeah, and potentially, we'd have to look at other infrastructure improvements, but having some flexibility to move load around could be beneficial. I don't know, as we get into, the end of the red, as we're starting to approach Morgan, I don't know what the conductor size is currently to know if we can offload, which could be beneficial in that type of a situation.
Sure.
With some of those issues, bring some of that load over. That's, something we'll have to look at and investigate further in probably the summer time frame where we start to see what those issues are. Yeah, absolutely. And then if we could go to the next slide. So where the existing substation sits, you'll notice in the little square there. Now, with this being a larger transformer, we're putting additional equipment in there to meet code and clearances. It is going to take more space, and we are going to essentially use the entire property that is currently owned by Rocky Mountain Power for this new substation upgrade. And then just if you advance to the next slide, just kind of give you a plan view of the substation and the layout of that substation. Any questions on that specifically?
So with your new addition, how long do you think that's gonna last with all the growth? If you're out of land, do you have other options?
Yeah, so originally our plan was to construct the substation being northeast of where this one is currently situated. The plan there was to have enough space, I believe, Benton, to have two transformers. That did not work out. So we're left working with the space that we have. Now, currently, the substation that's currently there, we have 2,589 customers, so 2,600 customers essentially on there, and we're tripling the size of it. So unless there's a substantial amount of growth, or you bring in data centers, I don't see that being an immediate need that should have to be addressed at this
Okay.
point.
Question for you, if I may. You're saying you think you might have enough. That's 3 times it, basically, right? You're going to 3 times it to 6,200, 6,700 customers. If all of a sudden we need an upgrade from there, because we do have possibly in the plannings to have more than that, how are you going to be able to handle it if it takes a year to be able to get it put in?
So depending on what you determine load-wise and growth that you want to allow into the community, we'll have to look at potentially acquiring additional property and siting another substation.
Okay.
Would be the plan, or looking and seeing at other ones in the areas if we could upgrade those ones to handle the additional capacity. Okay. And if we could advance to the next slide. So part of the upgrade will require some transmission reconductoring. This will go down. It's the essentially the red line there that goes down Weber Canyon, and that will be rebuilt. The line will be rebuilt all the way to the substation. Now, this section of the transmission line is pretty old. I've been told that when it was originally built, they used burros to set those poles in the canyon, so it does need to be updated. What that does mean is we're going to essentially put some more robust equipment there. It's going to average increase of about 10 feet on those transmission poles, and bring it up to our new standard, essentially. And it
Just to
should
be clear, that wasn't your parents that told you about the burrows, right?
no.
So,
So this is all above ground, no,
above ground.
it's
Yeah.
not gonna be
Yep.
buried.
Yep, our transmission will be above ground.
Any thoughts on underground?
Undergrounding transmission is extremely expensive, and requiring or making a request like that for ratepayers to bear that burden is a lot to ask. Additionally, when we have transmission that is buried, identifying issues and resolving those issues becomes a lot more complex. And so we do have the ability to bury it, but from a ratepayer standpoint, ensuring we're keeping costs low, as well as from reliability and ensuring that we can fix any issues above ground at this point is kind of what we prefer.
I want to say in our conversation, I think I brought this up, it's been a little bit, but I think it was about 12.5 million a mile to bury a transmission line.
Yep.
So it gets steep and early.
Expensive.
So those are the figures that I have been told by our transmission engineering group. That's been over a year and a half ago. Prices could have gone
Now
up.
it's 100
So
million a
now
mile.
now double it at least, yeah.
But if you even bury just a very small section, you're 1.1 million just in the termination point. So that alone, and having the 2 termination points is rather expensive. And then undergrounding the rest, it's very, very expensive to do.
Just moving it's expensive.
Oh yeah.
So with that, you're going to be coordinating with UDOT because of the interchange coming in there.
Yeah, we'll have to be involved with the interchange at some point. Right now, our plan is to do a pole for pole replacement where the poles are currently situated. As that develops more, then we'll have to look at relocating, moving stuff around.
So when you make these changes, does that burden fall upon just the people in the area, or is that spread across the entire Rocky Mountain?
So it's the entire rate base that bears the burden on that. Yep, it's not a specific set. It's our overall network improvements is what we're looking at.
What's this pink area? Did you already explain that and I missed it? Or?
So the pink area is a discussion that we'll have later, coming summertime, but that's essentially what is classified as a high-risk fire area. When we get into wildfire season, we do operate our system differently with enhanced safety setting to prevent and mitigate wildfire issues. And that area is currently on our mapping what is identified. I imagine that could potentially grow and take into consideration the Highlands as well. But that's what that is.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We go to the next. And that is all I have for the substation upgrade.
So one thing, I just in my notes going from our meeting, is that, so once basically the substation is upgraded, you've upgraded transmission lines, there's still a possibility of having to upgrade distribution lines as well to get that power out into different locations. And so this is just kind of the beginning of a lot that could be happening over by that, because a lot of the distribution is old and it's undersized. We talked about conductor sizes in Porterville and Morgan and that. If the conductor's not big enough, you're just going to burn it off. If you try to pull too much through, that's what starts the fires.
Correct.
That's when we talked about voltage drop. As the voltage goes down, the amperage does the same going the other direction, which then overloads that circuit or that conductor, and then it melts and starts your fires. And so during the summers, when everybody's charging their Teslas, and their air conditioners are on,
Wait till I get the second.
that just causes your current to go up, which then heightens the problem for fires and melting. And so when I bring up that voltage drop problem in Porterville, that's a major issue because it's causing even more stress on their lines and everything else, because we have that voltage dropping and the amperage is going up, trying to compensate for it. So that's why I appreciate Logan coming and here's where we are, here's our issues. We're growing a lot in Mountain Green. The current substation obviously can't handle it.
And I will point out that as we're looking at distribution upgrades, we're a build to suit utility. We don't work on Field of Dreams. Now, we are increasing the size of this transformer 3 times, but that's meeting our standard where we're at currently. As far as the distribution work goes, we'll upgrade and make those improvements as new load requests come in.
As needed.
As needed, essentially, yes. Now, if there are situations where we're having voltage issues and stuff on existing equipment, we'll get in and investigate that and make those repairs. But we're not going to put a line to a field somewhere and say, hey, you can build. And when that does come, a customer, developer, whoever it is, they have to put in a request for load. Depending on how large that load is, we will conduct a study. And then they are essentially responsible for bearing the cost of what those upgrades are from the substation to the property.
What's if you were to guess, the time frame from, so we have a developer come in, they begin their assessment, they pay their fees and whatnot. How long are we looking right now? So they're just starting to rezone today. They're going through this process. What's the time frame for them to be able to get served with new transformers, distribution to this new development?
So if it exceeds a megawatt of load, we have to conduct what is a system impact study. That's required by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That assesses what improvements need to be made from the substation to the infrastructure to the point of delivery. when we get to that point, our engineers look at the whole system in the area. They look at what the load is. They look at the path getting there, and that can take to even complete this study probably 90 days. From there, the customer can decide, yes, we want to proceed and issue a notice to proceed, which then we'll work on finalizing details and drawings and contracting with them. But the real problem that we run into is when we get to transformers. Transformers, especially if you're looking at three-phase transformers, they're greatly delayed. I mean, we're looking at probably like a 12 to 18 month period there to get transformers currently. Now we do have continual stock coming in, and so as customers are ready to be connected, if they have all of the clearances and approvals, then we can accommodate and make those work. But we do make that aware up front that there could be some long lead items like transformers, voltage regulators are another one, that could impact their development. The other thing to look at is unless it's some crazy situation, usually they ramp up load to what their requested amount is, and we have a period of time to work and work up to that. I mean, we don't get 2,000 homes immediately, right, overnight, and so we can build up to that. And so on a time-wise, it's not usually an issue. Now, if you told me that you had a 300 megawatt data center that wanted to pop up, then we would have problems. And we'd have to look at other solutions. But if we're just talking residential growth, it shouldn't be a big issue. I would encourage developers, if they are looking, to get in contact with us and start that process, though.
Any other questions? Thank you, Logan.
Okay, thanks, Logan.
Okay, I got all excited to hear Logan and forgot two things. So, first of all, Commissioner Blocker has a guest that we're going to let her introduce.
Yes, this is. Want to stand up? This is Lavelle Skoglund. Did I say that right? Skoglund. And she's one of our high school seniors at Morgan High School, and she has expressed interest in government and how it works. And she's an amazing student. She's going to graduate and go to the University of Utah and study pre-med. Resume is quite extensive. You've been involved in so many things. She's a class officer president, HOSA president. She's involved with Weber County Governing Youth Council, Hope Squad, Morgan High track team. She also is on a worship team in North Carolina and National Honor Society. And she just gives so much service to the community reading all this. And so we're glad she's here observing us tonight. Thank you.
Welcome. And the other important thing I forgot was public comment. So we never want to leave our public from being able to comment. We have two public hearings tonight, one on the noxious weed ordinance and the Helston rezone. So if you're here for comment on those, if you'd reserve it for that period of time. Otherwise, if you'll keep your comment periods to 3 minutes, we'll turn the time over to the public, and whoever has anything they'd like to say, please come up.
County Commissioners, my name is Joe Garfield. I'm the airport manager, and I'm here tonight because of Nine Lines proposal being tonight, and I want to give you opportunity to ask me questions or whatever, I'm going to be sitting right here. I do have some concerns about this project, and I don't have any right off the top of my head, but as Garrett and I spoke earlier today, it's the first time I've seen this project come before me, and so that was very concerning for me. Garrett has any questions? I'm sure there'll be some come up. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to our second presentation then. Computer to come up. Honorable Sean.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to take a couple minutes tonight. I'm Sean Rose, the County Recorder. So the whole goal for tonight is I just basically want to go through and kind of show you where the recorder's office is right now and the direction that we're going to be going. A lot is happening in there with the change this year. And so like I said, I just want to kind of give you an idea of where we are and the direction that we're be going. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Go ahead and go to the next one. So the staff. So I do want to give a thanks to my staff through the change. Being the new recorder, they have done an excellent job with the change. They have really stepped up and have done a really good job at making sure that these documents that are getting recorded, that they're getting recorded the way that they should be, and for whatever the reason that the document is for, whether it's ownership change, transferring, parcels getting split up, they are doing an excellent job. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Go ahead and go to the next. Yep. Okay. 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 So with Jeremy's help in IT, we have rebuilt the recorder's website. It was a big goal of mine. As we go through this presentation, we have added a lot of new processes and also new forms for the public to be able to access online and to be able to submit online to the recorder's office. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So with this one, this kind of just shows you, and we'll go through a little bit with all these. So these are the new tabs that we have had created. And so with these, again, it's the public, anybody can get on now and be able to fill out forms, submit them to the recorder's office, not having to feel like they have to come into the office. It's all, for me, it's all about providing to the public as much as we can, and it's going really, really good. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is basically just an information page that people can go on. Maybe they have questions about what goes on in the recorder's office, what do you need to do to record a document. A lot of the recorder's office is by state code, and so as you can see, a lot of these are referenced from state code. And this is, again, on the recorder's website. You can get on, and if none of these questions are on here, please feel free to call, and we are happy to answer any questions that anybody has. Go to the next slide. So Property Watch has been in place for a little bit. Basically what it is anybody that owns a parcel property can get on and fill this form out. If anything is recorded against their parcel property, they will be notified. So it's basically just getting notified if anything is getting recorded that you may not be aware of. And then we have the recorder's fees that are online, so the public, anybody can get on and be able to see those, for any questions that they may have. Go to the next one. So this one is as you can see, it's coming soon. I am really excited about this one. So in 2023, the previous recorder had purchased a website. It was fairly expensive, and it got to a standstill. Nothing was happening. And before coming into being the new recorder, it was a goal to get as much as I could as a recorder available to the public. And so when I found out that this had already been created, I was excited. I was hoping that we could turn this into something that I wanted to, what I wanted, but also make it work with what we have here at the county. And fortunately, we were able to put it together, and Brian Johnson is the one that created this website, and he has been working very well, and he's pretty much doing what we need here at the county, and to be able to make this work. So when this goes live, the public, anybody can get on and be able to access any document here in the county. Any recorded document, record survey, subdivision, anything. They can get on here and they can be able to access anything without having to come in. They can do research as if they were coming to the office. They could do it right there online on that website, and it will be eventually linked to the website, the recorder's website on there. Go to the next slide. So this one is the tie sheets for the PLSS section corners. So we were previously using the Salt Lake County tie sheets. But Salt Lake County was doing the survey work a few years back when Morgan County contracted with them. Like I said, we were still using Salt Lake County's tie sheets. I went ahead and created a new template. Worked with the county surveyor, Jeremiah Cunningham, and we put this together, and the public surveyors can get on, they can download this PDF form, they can fill it out, and they can submit it back to the county. Here at the county, in Morgan County, we really depend on surveyors submitting these tie sheets to us. Where we don't have a surveyor in-house, we're really relying on this data from other surveyors. And doing this really helps make it easier for the surveyors to submit this to us. And hopefully we can increase the number of PLSS data here in the county. Go ahead and go to the next. In our office, we've put up a board, and these are just pins. This is just going to give you an idea of where we're sitting right now with the PLSS section corners. The pins are ones that we have either been to or, talking the county surveyor, Jeremiah, or other surveyors who have submitted the data to us. It's very low. The question we're asking right now is how can we get this number to increase? How can we increase the inventory of the county, the section corners in the county? It's extremely important. These, once they're destroyed, it is very difficult to find that position. It's more work. It's extremely important that we're taking the time right now to increase the inventory, especially with the current and the future development. And so we are working with the surveyor right now and trying to figure out how can we increase that. With the state grant for the PLSS, we're limited. So we're really trying to focus on how can we increase the numbers, what can we do, what can Jeremiah do, and so it's a process, but we're really trying to figure out what we can do to increase these numbers. Go to the next one. So More forms. We've implemented the change of address form. You can fill it out online, submit it to the county, the recorder, and then document order form. This kind of serves the same purpose as the website when it gets going, but right now people can submit the documents they want. They can email it to us, submit it, and we can, again, just give them the documents without them having to come in. Go to the next one. This one is surveyors. The public can now file a survey online, digitally, so no more printing. The goal also is going digital. We're trying to get away from paper. We're trying to make everything digital. And so now, like I said, surveyors, the public can get online, submit the survey online. We have the digital stamp, so it's getting filed like it should be, but it's all digital. Go to the next one. This one is, we have created a list. We have gone through the entire list of filed surveys that have been filed within the county. The public can now go on and they can view the index of every record of survey that has been filed within this county. They can find the number of it. They can find when it was filed, the date that it was signed by the surveyor, the client, which is who the survey is being performed for, the surveying company, and the surveyor. Go ahead and go to the next one. So for those who aren't familiar with ProWest, so ProWest is, the county contracted with ProWest to basically go through and reparcel this entire county. They're basically redrawing the whole county for the purpose of making it more accurate and also digital. So right now, the ProWest is on track. They are planning on being complete with this project the 1st of June, and then we have already scheduled for them to come up for on-site training the 23rd through the 26th. And as you can see, the colors, they're currently in that blue. Once they're out of there, so that's the city around right here where we are right now. And then they're going to move on to the purple. The purple is not going to take long at all. That's mainly mountains, bigger parcels, not going to take long at all. And so once this is done, they'll come up, they'll do the on-site training, and it's really going to be a game changer for us in the county, but also the public as well. Go to the next one. So just kind of an idea of how it's working. So ProWest is going through, like I said, redrawing the whole county. When an issue comes up, a discrepancy point comes up, such as overlaps, gaps with parcels, they're sending it back to us. We're doing the research and finding out what happened, what's wrong, and what's the best way to get this, whatever it is, figured out. Most of the time, most of the ones that we have gotten, either come down to, ProWest not having the full access of all the documents, and so we're sending them and it fixes the issue. Other ones, it's gonna take more work as far as having it surveyed and finding out the complete, or even getting the correct way to get the issue resolved. And so, like the dots, they're posting them when they've come up with an issue, and then again they send it to us, and we're doing the research and getting it figured out. Go to the next one. So an idea. So right now we are hand drawing these tax maps right now. They're all hand drawn, and then they're scanned in, and then they're put in the official records. So this is what they currently look like right now. They're, as you can see, they're not very clean. And then once you scan them in, they're very dark. It's very hard to see. So then when you go to the next slide, this is what they're going to look like. They're very clean, very organized. Also with this, as the recorder's office, we will be changing these digitally. So we will be changing, they're going to be more accurate. No more hand drawn. It's all going to be done digitally. It's going to be more accurate, more clean, and also these are going to be more accessible to the county, to the public. Go to the next one. Just kind of a side by side of what they look like now and then what they're going to look like here in a few months. Next one. Another process that we're currently working on, state code 2023 state code came out, and all counties all counties need to put a process in place for electronic recording and signatures. So right now we're currently working with the other departments. We're putting a process in place to have this put in, so eventually we are hoping that this year it is in place, that subdivisions can now be done electronically, recorded electronically, signed digitally, and no more printing, which it's again all digital, and it's very we're moving forward is where we're going. Go to the next slide. Since I have came into being the recorder, we have found, like this says, over 1,000 documents, including old survey field notes, surveyor certificates, maps, and a lot more that we have found. They have not been scanned in, they have not been indexed, and so when I say we have a lot going on, we really do have a lot going on as far as getting things scanned in, things getting indexed, making it available to the public. A lot of this was just in a shoebox, put away, and we need to have this out to the public. The public deserves to see this stuff. We're not holding it. So we are currently working. We have interns right now that are scanning these and getting them indexed, and they will eventually be put on the website for people, the public, to access. Next slide. With that all being said, I'll just say thank you, and I welcome any one of you commissioners to my office with any questions that you may have, and we're there to answer any questions. We're happy to show you anything that you want to see, processes, and what we have going on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just mention, to say that you've accomplished a lot in the last 2.5 months would be an understatement. This is incredible. That's a lot of stuff's been done in that office, and I've heard wonderful things from the public that's interacted with you as well as the people in this building. So really appreciate your efforts and your staff's efforts. I know they back you up on all of this, so please take that back to them.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You just may as well stay there.
I'll stay here. All right. So this next one, so I just need to ask for approval to have a parcel. It has back taxes, and I just need to ask for approval to have those taxes written off for us to delete it. Just a little quick rundown of kind of what happened and what we have found that happened in a recorder's office. So this parcel is very small. It's 60 square feet, and it lies in the road. There was a boundary line adjustment through two owners in 2013. Then it was eventually sold in 2023. The title company obviously missed it, did not add it into the deed, and so it just got left out. And as you can kind of see, the remainder parcel at the top is that little square parcel up there is the one that we're asking for to delete. You have the original description, and then the one above in that red kind of up there at the top right corner, top right corner. That is the new boundary line agreement. So as you can see, it just got, in the description it mentions less than, so it just left that little piece out. It lies in the road, and so I am just asking that we just delete it. It is not in it doesn't exist in the GIS portion or ownership plats. It only is mentioned in coins in the records that we see. So at the end of the day, it doesn't exist, basically. But in order for us to delete it out of coins, we have to, where it has back taxes on it, we need approval for that to be written off, so then we can move forward to delete it.
I'll make a motion to waive the erroneous 2023 taxes on parcel 00-0084-3741 and delete the parcel going forward.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Blocker on resolution CR 25-14 as stated. A second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been told that action item F2 has been asked to be taken off. So we will move to action item number F3. Honorable Sheriff Corey Stark.
Sheriff is sick. He apologizes. He wasn't able to be here. But he said
welcome.
if you need anything from him, you can give him a call. We just wanted to come before you. We've had previous conversations and requests from the school district to add additional SROs. Like I said, we've got buy-in from the school district. The community's been supportive of it. We're just coming before you to ask for an approval and decision to start moving forward to add those positions. With the school mandates, the school safety stuff that they've added, we just feel like it's in the best interest of everyone involved, including the children that attend the schools. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, like I said, I know we've discussed this previously. We just haven't made any decisions.
So all of these requests are half, right? And the school district's paying the other half?
Yes, that would be the budget amendments that we submitted. That'd be the total cost, but the school would be picking up.
So where are we going to have SROs then?
We'd have them in Mountain Green Middle School, Mountain Green Elementary, the high school here in Morgan, and then we'd have one between the middle school and the elementary school here in Morgan.
If I recall, we're required to have one for every school, but because of the proximity, we're allowed to share one.
Correct.
Based on what he said, we could actually share one between the 3 schools from the discussion last time. So this would be one more than we absolutely have to have, but I don't know that that's a bad thing. This is a pretty significant budget adjustment. I'm assuming this is the yearly amount.
Correct.
So it's not just to finish this year. It'd be, for this year, it probably wouldn't be quite that total amount, but it's $223,000. That's like
Did I add it wrong?
8% of our total.
I have 270,000.
Oh, 270? Maybe I added it wrong.
Yeah, it is.
That includes the equipment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I only added the 2.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 270,000. That's like 8% of our total tax revenue from property taxes for the entire county. It's a lot of money. Do we have anything in writing from the school district indicating that they're willing to pay half of the cost?
I don't know if the sheriff's received anything in writing. I thought, is Kate still listening? She was going to work on the.
I'm on. So, yep, they were in support of this. We didn't put forth a new contract because the contract didn't actually delineate how many. It just said per each. So that's why we didn't submit forth a new contract. They're 1,000% on board with this.
Now, as I recall, their agreement was $90,000 on the other 2. Are they agreeing to that same amount on these, or are they agreeing to half? Because that's a different number.
My understanding was the same 90 per.
And I had Casey run the numbers again, and we're still on point.
Still what?
I had Casey run the numbers to make sure that 180,000 per annum is the actual for one deputy That's on a topped out WD, so the county has a buffer on that, but yes, they did agree to the 90,000 for each at a total of 4. They're actually the ones that were pushing this. They like Jamie Booth so much that they want him to train the new ones before he retires.
So if we
So
only,
this budget adjustment is for the remainder of the year. That's not a full year amount.
Is that just the
The equipment is not really an annual, the spec out of the vehicle, that kind of stuff is a one-time. But we calculated the total as 180, understanding that a vehicle and tactical gear, we're dividing that over at least a 3-year span of time.
and all we need is the 80,000 plus the 17 for that. Kate,
No, that doesn't sound right.
No, we've got 17 for outfitting the vehicles and 30 for vehicle leases for 2 additional vehicles.
and that's per year for the next 3, or is that this year?
that would be per year for
All
the
of
next
that's
3
per,
years.
everything here is per year.
The equipment would be a one-time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that should only be a one-time.
Oh, the outfitting.
The outfitting would be a
17,000
one-time.
would be right.
Well, it's not really one time because every 3 years you're going to buy a new vehicle. So every 3 years you're going to have that 17,000.
It shouldn't be that much. We try to move some of the equipment from vehicle to vehicle as long as the lifespan is. So that's just the initial because we are adding, so we don't have that equipment. So we have to purchase the equipment as well as doing the install.
I thought, Kate, we decided not to lease anymore. I thought that was the big bad boogeyman.
We don't have any say over the sheriff's fleet.
Why not?
Well, that's not entirely true. We could tell them we want to buy it outright rather than lease it.
That's right, we can.
We are on, and Jim could probably correct me on this, but they are on a program right now to slowly fund the fleet outright, but they still have to, they're still on a lease cycle. I think that's not something that's gonna happen overnight. Was it a five years, so we're on 4 more years, Jim?
Yes, yeah,
Does that sound right?
that's the plan. It's just budgeting we've been working within our lease budget right now. We'd have to obviously add additional to buy the vehicles outright.
So you're saying on these vehicles, you need $15,000 per year per vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
For $45,000 for the vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on the lease too. I thought we were gonna stop that program of leasing.
How have
were
we
gonna actually
negotiated with the
outright-
school in the past, Mike? I just have the hardest dang time with them getting 80% of the money and splitting things half.
That for resource officers, that seems to be kind of the norm across the state is about half, and a lot of it's justified by the fact that those officers they're not working within the schools during the summertime. They're out patrolling, which is a time that's busy for us, so it is helpful.
Schools definitely have stepped up. They were previously paying about $30,000 per year,
Yeah, it's increased significantly.
paying a quarter of the cost.
And are we going to be able to use these officers
Yeah, outside of
outside of this?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, do we have the need? I guess that's my question, not whether we can or not. I understand
Yes,
they're hard, but
We definitely have the need, especially in the summertime with the recreation areas. There's a lot of our county that we're just not able to get into. We try to stay more centrally located where the majority of the calls are, but this way it would give us some opportunity to reach out into some of the East Canyon areas. And
will this help us with less overtime?
oh, yes.
Okay.
I think one big thing is that it is mandated by the state, and it falls on the sheriff's department, not the school district itself, which is a major frustration.
Well, sort of.
Really?
Because the gentleman that came from the state to explain it to us did say that the school is required to do this. Now, the county is required to help with it, and They could go another route. They don't have to have an
Yeah, no,
officer.
they
They
could do
could do the
private
guardian
security
thing.
or
They could do
guardian
private
or
security. I mean,
yes.
there are other ways. And I don't know where I stand on that. This is a huge dollar amount. Come budget time, this will probably require a tax increase to balance our budget to come up with another $200,000 a year. So it's a big decision. Historically, we've never made a budget adjustment this large without having the cash in hand to do it, especially for an ongoing thing. So it's one thing for a one-time expenditure, but for ongoing items, this is big. And I also ought to point out that right now we're paying salaries for 2 officers out of ARPA funds. We've got 1 year left of doing that, and then we're gonna have to come up with that money out of our general budget too. So pretty big ask, especially mid-year where we're not looking at our budget. I don't know where to go
Is this
with
supposed to be immediate?
I want to say they were wanting to have them trained and ready to go for next school year.
Yeah.
Which means
Yeah,
that they need to move
which
on
is
it.
pretty
So-
quick.
At least that was the last meeting, was they wanted to move very quickly because they want them trained and ready to go for next school year.
So if that's the case,
Correct. And yeah, the school wants it immediately as well.
The start of the next school.
so if that is the cost of everything and they don't need them until August or July in the training, why would we have this much of a budget request?
Want them now.
Yeah,
Just to hire immediately.
they want them
Yeah,
to
we
get
put up for
going.
their training in May.
Yeah, there's SRO trainings, DARE training.
So
They're
this
all
is
place in the summertime.
so this is the total cost, and the school districts are going to pay half of this,
No.
or it's going to be an
our half.
addition.
Our half.
The budget
That's a whole lot more than 180,000.
Yeah, the budget,
pay half.
correct. So what we submitted is the total amount.
Yeah.
This is the
school.
total.
This is the total amount.
Yes,
Okay.
the school will pick up.
That's a whole lot different.
We're paying
But
half.
this is the total amount for the remainder of the year, correct?
But even
So Kate, what is it next year? What's our outlay next year?
360,000.
108 wouldn't.
It's 180,000 times 2.
That's right. 360.
$360,000.
For the total, correct.
For a top-down deputy, yes.
Yes, the total, and 180 would come back. So the net cost is 180.
The net to us is 180 basically.
Dang, it's a big amount.
And that's a year in perpetuity. That's not
Yes,
a one time.
yeah.
So it's a big deal.
Well, we could go and do it a different way. Request that sales tax increase to cover the cost
Yeah, I mean, that's an option.
versus having property tax increase. I would rather do.
We're gonna
sales
have to
tax.
increase somewhere to make it happen. There's not enough money in the general fund to do this year in and
Not yet.
year out after this. So we're gonna have an increase somewhere, whether it's sales tax or property tax, to make it happen. Now, that doesn't have to occur immediately, and it couldn't occur immediately anyway. But, so for this year, anything we're talking about would come out of the fund balance. There's plenty of money to do that in the fund balance.
So what about future revenue from WRP property taxes and things
Well,
like that?
so to be clear, to take advantage of any future revenue, you have to do truth in taxation. You have to raise the tax. Because new growth comes in, but then it becomes part of the amount that you divide out. So in other words, what's happened, if you go look at your property tax bill over the last decade, your Morgan County tax rate has fallen every single year. What you pay may not have, because your value probably went up. But the reason it's fallen is because the total taxable value has increased and the budget has remained relatively flat.
Same.
So what we have to do is increase the budget when we increase the budget, that's a tax increase, and everybody's going to get a notice from the county saying Morgan County is going to do a tax increase of 5% or 10% or whatever. Unfortunately, because the tax bill says Morgan County across the top, when you get your notice that says a 5% tax increase, most people are going to go, that's 5% on my $4,000 or whatever, and they're going to really be upset. But the truth is, we're talking 5% on 15% of your tax bill, because that's what actually goes to the county, 75% to the city or to the school district, about 15 to the county, and then the rest goes to other little entities like Weber Basin. But that's something that we will have to deal with come budget time, you know. And the only reason I'm laying this out is because I just think we need to be aware of what we will deal
What's
with
coming.
in the fall. We will have to hold a truth and taxation hearing probably to adjust the budget. Now, we could adjust, in theory, with all of the new growth that's occurring and WPR, whatever other development, in theory, we may adjust the budget up and the rate might still fall, and probably will, as long as we don't adjust the budget way up. You know, the school district has done something similar. They call it holding the rate, which is technically not something you can do, but they have a luxury that we don't. They're on a fiscal year, we're on a calendar year. So when they get to do their budget, they know the taxable value, and they take their budget and they divide it by the taxable value, or they take their budget and they take last year's rate and they times it by that. And they can calculate out and say, well, if we increase it by, 3%, that's going to equal out and the rate's going to stay the same.
And we can say we didn't raise taxes.
And we can say we didn't raise taxes. Well, it is technically a tax increase according to the state. And you still have to do truth and taxation, and it is a tax increase, although the rate may stay the same. But anyway, we don't have that luxury because we set our budget in the fall, and the total taxable value isn't determined until January, December 31st. But we can guesstimate a little bit based on prior growth and stuff. So it's something we may have to do. I want on record for this discussion so that when we get in the fall and we do those meetings, we can point back to this and say, okay, this is why we're talking about a tax increase or an adjustment to taxes. And Commissioner Fackrell's right. We could, there is a sales tax option that could help pay for public emergency services. And maybe we ought to explore that.
I think we ought to explore that.
I like sales tax over. I would rather everything be sales tax than property taxes or income tax, because
we
it's
get
a
it
controllable tax.
from a lot of people, not just our county members.
And you can choose. Do I want to buy the $50,000 car or the $10,000 car? I'm going to control my taxes a little bit, to some degree. So.
And the amount, if we did it, it would bring us in enough to take care of this one item, and plus a little bit extra. In fact, it might take care of the one that we need in 2 years from now, or a year from now from the ARPA, when that's gone, that we could end up then having an ongoing amount every single year that would be, and I prefer sales tax any day over property tax on everything.
So I guess my petition to you to take back to the sheriff and to the department is, if we move forward with this, come fall when we have to do a tax adjustment, I would like the whole department to come in and say, we support this and this is why. Absolutely. And I would say the same. I said the same to the woman who came a few weeks ago and talked to us about needing SROs. I think it's important to keep our schools safe, and I agree 100% with that, but it comes at a cost. And we all have to be willing to pay that cost if that's what we want.
Any other comments? Questions?
I think it's important too. I mean, $180,000 can save a life, possibly. Well worth it. A sad day that we have to have SROs in every school, definitely. But definitely worth it and mandated by the state.
And the state doesn't pay us anything for it. One of those unfunded mandates. But they did give us the ability to put in the sales tax.
Gotcha.
So we ought to be putting that on the list to be talking about that in another week.
Can you put that on, Kate?
Yep, on the list.
Thank you. Okay, I'll look for a motion then.
I'll make the motion. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the budget adjustment forms allowing for the hiring of 2 new student resource officers through the sheriff's office. And I'm going to just read each of those budget adjustments just to make sure we have it on record. So the first amount is the amount of $135,654.68, moving from the general fund to the Fund 10-4211-110-000, which is the wage fund. $87,574.98, also moving from general fund balance to the 10-4211-130-000 fund for benefits. $30,000 moving from the general fund balance to 10-4460-250-150 for vehicle leases.
I think we ought to still look into another way to do it.
We could move 90,000 and they can buy them outright. I mean, I guess that's another option too, because you're probably talking around 45 or 50.
Correct. Yep.
So if
Is that the current?
I mean, we're not paying interest if we do that. There's enough in the fund balance. I would rather do that and start buying some, but that's
We would support that. It's just been a budgetary issue.
well. Then I'm going to make the motion for that, and you guys can decide if you want to proceed with that or not. So instead of 30, I'm going to suggest 90, which I think is approximate. If it
Yeah,
needs
that'll
to
be close to.
you probably have enough in your budget to cover any shortfall.
So before we give a second, may I ask?
I got one more I have to read in,
Okay.
and then I'll do that. And then the last amount was 17,000 from the general fund balance to 10-4460-250, which is for equipment to outfit the vehicles and officers.
So before we second, if I may, on these amounts, you have precise in certain areas. Do we have already officers that we've got that we're gonna be hiring for that 0.98 cents, 98 cents, or is it just a general amount? So then, if that's the case, why are we putting a nitty-gritty exact on those to increase the budget? Why not put an even amount? And
Are you
then
talking the salaries?
salary?
Or they just prorated based on number
That's
of
just
days?
worst case scenario if we.
Yeah,
That was a
that's what I
top
was.
dollar officer
That's what I
for-
was thinking. In case there's one that we have to, I mean, you might find one that's lesser cost unless you've already got them found.
We don't have anybody found. We're just figuring.
But if they put worst case
So we
scenario,
don't have to come back
transfer
and
it,
say
yeah.
we need more.
And if they don't
because-
use it, it rolls back into the general fund balance.
Okay, because I just want us to be conservative. I mean, I want us to have enough, but I also want us to make sure that we are not trying to spend if we don't need to spend it.
And we get
And
that. And we're
at the end of the
same
year,
way.
we're not taking that budget money and using it for parties or whatever. I wanna make sure that we are clear on what we're trying to do with this money.
Absolutely. And we can't use the salary money for anything besides
Well, see,
salary.
I
anyway.
think in the motion it says that that amount is for salaries. It can't go
Right,
for parties, so.
right. It can be adjusted, but.
Mike, can you include in there that that is the full amount and we will be reimbursed by the school?
Yeah, so this is also all done with the understanding that the school district will be reimbursing the county $90,000 per officer per year, obviously prorated according to the the portion of the year that they work for this year.
So if you got all of that motion, Katie, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes, Kate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Buster Del Monte, Nine Lines Holdings, Inc.
All right.
right, so I thought I'd kind of set this up because we had a meeting in December, I believe it was the 17th. Yeah, it says 17th, where Buster was bringing to the commission's attention that there was a provision in the prior U.S. Forest Service lease that construction on any infrastructure had to be commenced within 2 years and 6 months of August 1st, 2022, which would have been February 1st of 2024. So Buster was coming in to say, hey, Forest Service isn't coming in anymore, and so I'd like to amend the lease. What does that look like? He presented a plan, and my recollection of that meeting is he was kind of looking for the head nod, like any red flags, and there weren't any that were brought up.
And Robert was here, who was over the airport.
Right.
At that time.
That's correct. And then there were some things that Buster had sent to me that I forwarded to you, because as I was going through the packet again, I realized they weren't included in the packet. So if you pull up that email, you'll be able to see that as well. In speaking with Buster today, something that maybe came up in December, but I didn't really have clarity on, is that there was a request not just to amend the U.S. Forest Service lease, but the 9-line lease to put some of the parking lot that was going to be for the U.S. Forest Service building into the lease legal description for 9-line. And so I would just add some parking there. And then, in fact, let me see if I can share my screen. And then he was looking to do a separate lease. So not just amending the U.S. Forest Service lease. So yeah, if we can go to, but if you see here, there's, there you go. It's JJ 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what I understood today is that he's seeking to do a separate lease for each of those buildings. And so it's really taking the U.S. Forest Service lease and breaking it into 5 separate leases that will be more similar to the 9-line lease, since the U.S. Forest Service isn't coming in anymore. I've also spoken with Joe, our airport manager, and was hoping he could share some thoughts as well, because there's some considerations that and thoughts that he wanted to share. My understanding, speaking with Buster today, is that there was some discussion initially, but they didn't continue the discussion. And so I think Joe's knowledge of the airport and kind of ideas, at the end of the day, I think the commission wants what's best for the county, what's best for the airport. And there may be some different ideas from everyone that we can put together in a cohesive, workable solution that I guess meets all the needs of the community. So that was kind of the intro I wanted to bring, and Buster's here for questions, Joe's here for questions, and I'll probably have some questions just so as I'm creating leases, how many leases are we doing? What do you want those leases to have? Are we expanding any potential uses, which could be defined in the lease as long as it's still approved through the CUP process. If there's a use that goes beyond what's approved in the CUP, then potentially there could be an amended CUP, but those are the types of discussions that I think would be helpful to have here.
Okay. Questions for Buster?
So I'm new to the commission. I remember part of this in the meeting last year as far as Forest Service. Originally, you're leasing the ground, you're going to build a hangar, they were going to lease the hangar, correct?
And helipads, correct.
And, sir?
And helipads.
Helipads.
A renewed helibase
Okay,
from
moving
what
it from
they're
where it is currently to this new location. Okay. And just refresh my memory, why is it that why did they all of a sudden change their mind? I can't remember. It's been,
So they emailed me in April of 24 after the solicitation had formally gone out at Thanksgiving of 23. We responded to that solicitation. My understanding is that 2 other locations likely responded as well. And in the end, in April, the Forest Service looked at all the bids and said, for funding is what the email said, we're not going to pick any location.
oh, interesting. So they're just staying where they are. Is that?
Well, that's going to be dependent on a separate issue because they hope to stay at the
They're
county.
hoping to stay where they are.
Currently, they're staying where they are, and we've extended that lease.
3 years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 3 to 5
3 or
years.
5 years. I think it was
something,
5 years.
Something like that.
I'm just trying to get fresh with the process of what happened prior to.
So they'll be staying where they're at, but it's not necessarily a long-term lease right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
But they have told Buster and everyone who was soliciting we're not moving forward with a new area.
And so we are getting a higher amount for the lease from that other facility where they're currently at.
Okay.
So it's closer to market rate, but not the not
the
what
high
was
one,
bid.
yeah.
And so now you're wanting to take what was going to be the Forest Service and helipads and convert that into 4. Is the one currently there, the darker one, is it currently there or none of them?
Oh,
are there?
the hashtagged one at the very bottom is currently there.
That's your
the
building
grayed out
map.
hashtag one is constructed.
That you can just barely see the light.
Oh, down,
It's
down
cut off
here.
at the bottom. It's cut off.
Okay. So these 5 are not currently there at all. And
Correct.
okay. And so you're wanting to construct 5 new hangars and then lease those hangars to people?
Actually, the current business concept that we've drafted up in the company is JJ1 would be a maintenance annex extension. We've currently got maintainers employed in the bigger building, and we're hoping to continue to grow that piece of our business, the maintenance side. So JJ1 would become aircraft maintenance as well, in accordance with the CUP. JJ5 right now I'm setting aside for a community aero club, be sublet out, but for those with less resources, they could pool resources and get up to 2 airplanes in a club type environment to kind of allow the airport to be used by people with
Aspirations to fly.
aspirations to fly and don't
Limited
have the
funding.
resources to buy a hangar and an airplane themselves. So they could pool. And then 2, 3, and 4 are going to be prospectively storefronts on that Willow Creek Road side. There would be a storefront type entrance and a garage door. And then within the CUP, we would initially sublet that, but we're hoping to get, shake the bushes and get aviation part supply or anything aviation related in those. But flexibility is why we've asked to kind of break them up into their own separate leases, so we can have business flexibility to include things like separating them out for liability and insurance purposes. If one hangar has an incident or accident and the company gets taken to task legally, we can try to isolate liability just to that one hangar. So for business flexibility purposes, we're seeking to treat each of them as their own separate entity as opposed to one continuous lease where the Forest Service needed all the land for helipads, et cetera.
So I did bring up what was presented last December at the meeting, just so you can see the adjustment of the boundary lease. So at the top picture, it shows the black outline, and then you can see where there was going to be a parking lot, the building, and then the 3 helipad areas. The new leased area just below it is in the red, so it's a smaller leased space, but it ends up being more building footprint and hard surface area as part of the lease. But that kind of gives the comparison of what was the concept with the Forest Service and what the change and the request is now. Also to separate the leases, though. I think that's something new that didn't come up at that time. It was just kind of this concept of, do I get a head nod? Is this something that the commission is generally okay with doing? But hadn't worked out all the details.
Buster and Joe, is this, I'm not very educated on the policy at the airport. Is this in purview with like the policy? Like, is this what the airport's meant for? Kind of feels like it's maybe turned into a little business industrial district right there.
So that's for the commission to decide and answer. Initially, when we applied for a conditional use permit with about 4 or 5 commas in it, different uses, commercial uses. My understanding, I'd met Joe, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And at that time, he conveyed that, yeah, the airport would hopefully get some business use, businesses anchored there. I don't know if that's changed by way of intent with the commissions over time, but it's also in a separate phase of the airport master plan that currently exists. It's in phase 2, so that's why the buildings look different as well. So that's the use of it. We have a conditional use permit. My understanding currently is that the commission at that time approved, and I don't know if there's been any changes, wants businesses there, but it's the county's airport, so.
Are there a maximum amount of hangars you can own?
Not that
per
I'm aware,
person?
not in the ordinance.
We just approved a CUP for
Yeah.
gas and
Right.
another
Another
business.
business. I think one question I have, so Nine Line will lease this entire piece of property, and then you would lease, sorry, I can't read that, hangar, one of the 4 little smaller ones. You would then lease that to a business.
No,
Is
we
that-
are the business.
But you're saying you want storefronts, so.
Well, so all of these right now are set for Nine Line to construct and own. And then in accordance with the CUP, we would do maintenance in one.
Thanks, Karen.
Nine Line would do maintenance in one.
Right.
Nine Line would sublet the smaller one.
And that's what I
on
was
the
saying.
top.
So you would sublet JJ2, JJ3 to whatever.
We would
entity.
own the hangar, but we would sublet the space
Space
inside
inside.
for aircraft storage,
Gotcha.
which is in the CUP.
Okay.
Is that amount then gonna change for the lease of these buildings specifically? Or is it gonna go back to what the original is for all the others, the DE and or the DG?
No, there's a separate lease rate. Are you talking about in phase 1 of the airport?
Yeah, well, the phase that we just did this last time, GG, FF, and EE.
So those are still in phase 1. So phase 2 is basically what the 2 leases covered, the 9 Line and the U.S. Forest Service lease. The U.S. Forest Service lease isn't going to be that lease anymore because the U.S. Forest Service isn't coming anymore. But in phase 1 of the airport, they don't allow commercial activity.
right.
In our lease, though, we say that you can sublet a portion of your hangar, and that's not going to be considered commercial for purposes of the lease. And so I guess maybe to cut through to what Commissioner Blocher's asking is, are you saying that you see it more as commercial supporting the airport? That's what you want to see. Is it's not just any commercial coming in, it's like commercial supporting the airport?
Supporting the airport.
Was that what your question was getting at?
Oops, sorry.
My question was just, it feels like that's turning into a business district, not an airport. But if it's to support the airport, that's a good point.
Well, and that's the point I was going to bring up is I think that we work out those details of what's allowed in the lease itself. So the CUP says what's allowed. Now the lease is the negotiation of this is the type of businesses. You know, maybe we don't want to have a gym or I don't know, maybe a gym or something that we don't want a gym there. And we don't want cars coming in and out that are un-airport related for the most part because they may not understand taxiways and things of that nature. And maybe Joe has some more ideas on what that would look like and what he thinks might be ancillary and supportive to the airport as well. Because from Buster's perspective, I mean, it sounds like if you can get the tenants, yeah, like we want this to be, but is there some flexibility if we don't get the tenants, we don't get the, you know, someone that can come in at least immediately, you know, is there something in the interim as we're working toward XYZ? So, and I have some ideas on how we may incentivize some of those airport related activities, but I think it would be good to ask your questions to Buster and then have Joe share a few ideas of what he might see as a good vision for, because there's no more space. We kind of have one chance to do it right because it's a 30-year lease with a 30-year renewal. If we follow the same pattern as before.
Then you have the water.
We just met with Mike Johansson and I met with Rulon. They gave me a bid. It does need an additional single ERU for these 5 hangars, sharing 1 residential unit's worth of water. And Rulon said it was doable and gave me a price, and it was being brought up at the water board on April 4th.
I would like to hear what Joe says, and then come back to Buster. If that's okay with you guys.
That's fine. Other than, is there any other questions for Buster right at the moment?
Just wanted to confirm, these are like 60 by 60 hangars?
Yes, sir. So the 3 in the middle are 60 by 60. The bigger one is 60 by 80. And the top one, since we're running out of space, is 60 by 42.
And did I see correctly, there's 2 draft lease agreements here, correct? One is just for the 60 by 60 structures, is that right? And the other's for others?
So I think that if I understand that, that was just the lease from back in 2021 that was approved by the commission, but that's for non-commercial. And so that's just more of a format where Buster was trying to say, hey, let's help in the drafting and, you know, we don't have to start from scratch. Here's a form that we could use. But it would be more like the U.S. Forest Service lease that's attached as a PDF to what I sent to you. We would just take out U.S. Forest Service and limit, and it may be limiting by hangar what can be allowed. Because I know, like in the 9-line lease, we had talked about aircraft storage and things like that, but it was the intent, from my recollection, is it was more related to 9-line aircraft, not necessarily outside aircraft coming in and being stored there. So I think that you can massage it, and if we have 5 separate leases, it does give us the flexibility to say, okay, this one that's an overflow in JJ1, we can allow like the 9-line aircraft to be stored there. If we want outside aircraft to be stored in some of these, what are the parameters of those leases as far as subletting? We still have in both leases that there can't be an assignment of the lease without prior written consent of the commission. So if Buster's like, well, I want to sell this building, and we're like, we'll never say we don't like that person, but we're uncomfortable with with what they want to do there. You know, we feel that there's some concerns there. The commission may not give that prior written consent and say, well, Buster, let's find someone that matches, you know, and we feel comfortable with taking that lease. So there's still some, you know, it's not like I guess this is our one time to get it right for the next 60 years, because there is still some oversight. If someone like Buster isn't there anymore that has a good working relationship with us, we still have, as a county and as a commission, some oversight as long as we put those provisions into the lease.
One more question for you, Buster. I've gotten a few phone calls from residents about the disarray of the landscape along Willow Creek. Your hangar you have now, is that landscape going to be completed this year, or?
So we're ready to move on this if possible. And so I've already gotten a landscape bid and put down a deposit. So it's all gonna be continuous. We just need to, if we do landscape there now, it's gonna get partially tore back up in order to put this in. So we're trying to just phase it, so we only have to do it once.
And can we keep it, I mean, can you work with the soon-to-be airport advisory board and make it uniform to go all the way down Willow Creek to encompass the entire airport?
Well, that would be some charity.
I was gonna say,
From our leases, we're happy to do that with enhanced fencing. And
Is yours going to be low maintenance type?
Absolutely. I want it so it's already scoped out to be
Xeriscape?
largely rock.
You don't want to mow the lawn once a week?
Because that's what we wanted on the rest of the
Right.
berm.
AstroTurf bid for just little pockets, but largely different colored rockscapes.
It needs to match his, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It can't just be all
Be a cohesive.
chunk.
But it's actually in the ordinance to the type of landscaping in the quantity and Xeriscape, ZE, what is it, XERI or something?
Zeros.
Yeah, so that's in the plan, and we've already got a bid and a deposit down to make it happen. We're just trying to do it when it makes more sense to tie in with all of that, but to take it beyond the existing 9-line hangar further towards the end of Willow Creek Road where the stop sign is, I haven't budgeted for that, so.
Put it in the budget.
That's right. I've got a question. So being new again, Garrett had mentioned putting 9-line planes in these hangars. What is 9-line and like how many planes do you have? Like what, just kind of get me up to speed on what you do.
The quick and dirty is our core business is aerial firefighting under contract with the U.S. Forest Service nationwide. We actually provide pilots. We have 11 pilots that operate government aircraft. They're not back at Morgan County. So on a separate line of business, that has enabled our company to grow our relationship with the U.S. Forest Service in fighting fires. And so that has allowed us to branch off into like a 9-line maintenance company, separate company. This is under a holdings company. So we're just growing. We live in the Cottonwoods ourselves. And so there's 2 company airplanes in there, smaller. And we're currently working with the FAA right now, 2.5 years, almost completed, end of April. We expect to have our first legal FAA charter business back at Morgan County Airport where we can move people legally under a charter arrangement.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure what 9-line was or is. So thank you.
Absolutely.
okay, got a question, but I'm gonna have to step away for a second.
Okay, so due to the elevation changes of the airport, we had this scoped out by the same company that is doing a massive project down at Spanish Fork. So they had experience in all this. We gave it to them. I said, how do we maximize and utilize this remaining land at Morgan County? Based on the slope of the runway, slope of the taxiways, it was going to be very hard to not stair step those hangars to match the grade with the runway. And so from hangar to hangar, you'd be trying to taxi an airplane up a whoop-de-doo, then up another whoop-de-doo. So we're kind of elevating that entire piece so that it's consistent. The ramp out in front of those hangars will be relatively consistent, minus obviously a little bit for water runoff. And so that forced, with the current entrance that was approved previously with the Forest Service lease, that enabled a turn-in for a parking lot for those specific hangars, because you can't really easily get to those from any other place on the airport, because we're going to elevate it to a little bit of a plateau where you see the pavement ends at the bottom left there by the big hangar. That drops down into a retention pond. So vehicles can't easily traverse, and that was the design they came up with to maximize the space. So that's a parking area that has an associated lease value per square foot for the hard surface to the county that supports those hangars. And also, if we are able to get an avionics or a parts company to come in, leverage the fact that there'll be a front door on the Willow Creek side, now you have customer parking for that aviation business. And all the businesses there, of course, would be aviation centric, to address kind of the Jim comment.
This is not Willow Creek.
That is Willow
It
Creek.
is.
It's okay. That's what I want to make sure.
Don't pilots need to stay in shape?
You've heard us talk about the overburden that the airport's created towards that end.
Right.
So it's increased, and really, it's.
Can we use any of that?
It's our, yeah, that's
Can we
what we've
use
been
that
talking
for-
about.
Bringing down by the fairgrounds, right?
Okay.
But anyway, that's
Okay,
why
good.
we continue to go up.
Okay. I just wasn't sure what was happening there,
Yes,
but I
sir.
appreciate that answer.
That's what they recommended as the airport development experts.
Thank you.
Okay. You want to have a seat? Buster,
One
and
one
we'll
last
bring
question.
Joe-
The suggested lease rates that you've got here is 20 cents a square foot for the buildings and 9 cents for the asphalt, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Is that information what we received back in December, or is
Yep.
that new?
That's on the draft one. I don't know if it's on the original one. Garrett, do you recall?
I don't
I don't
recall what's
have
on the original one, but
You said
we
that.
probably can go back to the original 9 line and just do whatever the inflation and just match it. I think Buster probably wouldn't be opposed to doing something like that, just so we don't have to say, oh, this one's this rate and this one's this rate. It's just all in phase 2. It's all the same rate.
Okay, so my question then is that something you've just sent out again, or is that from the past?
That's not
in the packet.
It's not in the packet.
Okay.
So the email that I sent is what Buster had sent to me previously.
You sent that out today?
Yeah. I
It
just
looks
sent
like
that.
the original is on that email too. Yeah, the lease for the Forest Service. That actually has a different lease rate. It's 24 cents per square foot of building footprint and 8 cents for asphalt.
10.66. Okay.
Okay, Joe, you said you had some concerns. Why don't you share that with us?
The first one I have is that this update hasn't been brought to my attention till today, till Garrett has sent me the packet. So I had no idea this was even going on. I haven't seen any of this at all. So that's concerning to me. And also,
In what way? Explain to me why that's. I guess I'm just asking because a month ago you walked in here and said, "I'm out of here." So I just wondered why that was so concerning to you. If you're kind of checking out.
yeah, I think my health is deteriorating enough that I gotta limit myself on things. But as far as this goes, this is airport stuff. Yeah, I would think that
So you think Robert should have talked to you about it?
oh, for sure.
Okay.
Well, and Buster too. I mean,
So-
that's
So are you able,
Well, I think Buster was talking to the commission. I think our commission should.
Yeah.
We each have our assignments. We should talk to you if
for sure.
so. Robert probably was on his way, kind of like you, and may have failed to talk to you about it. But that's unfortunate. It is.
so,
And you make a good point. If you're the airport manager, and I imagine you should have a good relationship with all the owners there
Yeah, and I do. I have a great relationship with all of them. But
and communication.
yeah, communication, especially with our not previous airport board, but the one that didn't work. But the one that did work, we all worked together to develop the whole airport since 1999. I've been in this whole process since then. Not as the airport manager, only since 2005 as the airport manager. So this board has worked really well for development. This is development that has only been, it's
and we currently don't have an airport advisory board, but we have advertised for it because we just updated the code. And so I think that there's probably some disconnect that goes from there, but I do think, Joe as being there for about 20 years as the manager has at least some insight and some ideas. I know he's not gone yet, but hopefully we can capitalize on at least some of those ideas before you go and find something that works, because we do want the airport. I mean, you've put a lot of time into it and it's affecting your health. I get that. So, but getting something that works for everyone and that brings the best value to the county. I think, and I was talking to Buster about it earlier, I think we're all on the same page of doing that. We just may have differing ideas of what that might be, and if they're all presented, then at least the commission has all the ideas to start giving direction on how to draft the leases, what things that you'd like to see. There's going to be some maintenance, there's going to be some initial infrastructure, and I think detailing what that looks like and putting it in the lease is really good, because then we don't ever have to go back and say, oh, well, wait a second, I thought that was you that was going to put that in. So those are the types of questions that I'll be asking later on. But if Joe can give some ideas on what you think would be good to see there, then maybe that can help the commission make
we'll
their
give you
decision.
time and then we'll ask questions.
Yeah, those are my concerns.
So you can work with it though. You can work with working together.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So, do you like this concept idea?
Oh, heavens no.
Oh, no. So
I
tell
think
me
it goes-
why you don't like it.
Well, because we have people who are on a list for hangars, 60 by 60 sized hangars, that weren't able to get hangars back in, 2021 or whatever. Now, since things have changed, people that are on the list, I think they should have an opportunity to have a hangar this size, because they were here before then. And if that's what you guys want to do, then that's fine. But you need to let those guys know that there's development here. And where you're having the smaller hangars and not one big hangar, like our master plan was, for the Forest Service building and the 9-line building, that's what met the demand of everybody at that time, when everybody was talking together. Now that it's changed, there's no airport advisory board, for one thing, and I didn't know about it, so.
Is this something like, if there was a functional airport board, that you would have expected, like Buster and whoever was wanting to do this, they would come to the board, discuss it, kind of hammer things out? Is that?
Key word.
And then it would kind of come to the commission?
Yes.
That's how it would have worked.
I think that's the way you should proceed this particular.
I guess I should say, let's say 10 years ago, that is what would have happened.
That's what would have happened 10 years ago. And it did, the airport board did, provide a huge service to the people and the airport when it was working properly. But the last 6 months, it never worked and got dismantled pretty quick.
So, how many, been on the airport a handful of times and somewhat familiar, how much more space do we have for more hangars? Or is this it?
0.
This is it?
Yeah.
So if we've got, how many people do you have on the list right now wanting hangars?
I emailed you that.
That was what, 30 something, 32, whatever it is. So basically we got 32 people wanting hangars. And we have and we have 5 hangars possible. With no more
Well,
ability.
I would take out the big hangar, because that's a
Well-
60 by 80. That's not the size of the private hangar size
That they're wanting.
that they're
So
wanting.
you're talking 3,
So
4
you
with a
got
small
3
one.
that would meet a private sized hangar.
So,
And
a thought I have to maybe steer it towards, like, what's the solution is there some way to Because if I'm understanding correctly, I think you're saying, well, now because it's changed, maybe the commission might have allowed more private hangars, and now we have one entity that can basically come in and capitalize on the remaining space of the airport. Because after this, it's fully built out. Like, we're not expanding, which also, I think, for the Airport Advisory Board, the way that it was set up under the new ordinance is not to be as large or necessarily as active with the community, because we're not having the build out. It's more about running the airport now, which changes
The Airport Advisory Board.
the composition and
Yeah, had the.
and the duties of the board. And so now that it's going to be fully built out, they don't really have that development insight if they're coming in new to the same degree. And so I don't feel uncomfortable moving forward with the commission stepping in and hammering it out, so to speak, right now, because the board is different than it was and it's fully built out, so they won't have that role of managing
Just curious, like, how the
development.
process would have worked
Yeah.
previously. That's all I was just.
And that's how it was working, but then we had an issue with someone, yeah, we just had issues where,
Well, with Buster, the advisory board,
So I have a question, because we were all excited about the Forest Service staying here.
right,
And it was something that was going to be profitable. Buster, how much did you spend on trying to keep the Forest Service here by developing that land and working on that? Approximately. I know you probably. Okay. So I think it was, Buster was trying to build a situation where the Forest Service could stay here, that we could, because the airport makes us no money. Really. Horrible manager, huh?
Fire me now, please.
well,
The
it's not,
airport
it's
makes
not
us
for
no
profit.
money. You're right.
It's not a revenue
It's
generating.
not. But it doesn't, it really, we're in the hole in it all the time.
Right.
So it doesn't pay for
Doesn't
itself.
pay for itself.
No. And so we were kind of
yeah.
excited that it might pay for itself, you know? And it's not like we can just tear everything down, and that was gifted ground for an airport purpose and from the Wilkinsons. So so we have to look at what is best for, because I don't think the other people are, I mean, I don't think it's fair to spend a bunch of money to get a concept and get everything figured out and not pass that money and not pass that cost along to somebody, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right. And so that's
And-
why I think.
And commercial pricing too,
Right.
we'd have to be going back down to a price for personal hangars that's nothing, that we lose money on.
Right. And even, I mean, even the lease rates, that's not what's going to make the county money.
Sure.
It would.
The business.
I think the business is there.
Right.
And so that's why I think there's a way where maybe we can assuage some concerns and provide Buster some paths forward where maybe it's just a different subletting than we see in phase one, right? So it's not competing against the county leases on the other side.
Sure.
It's just providing a different service. Maybe, and this is why I mentioned to Buster earlier, maybe it's for the Olympics. Maybe there's going to be some opportunities to have the Airbnb space for a hangar. And so it's not a long-term lease, it's more of that short-term rental concept, but for planes, for the hangar. And
You might
and-
get a helicopter company that wants to have skiers, you know, that comes.
Yeah, and but if it's a helicopter, I think then you need the helipad, right? Because this is designed not for the helipad, but because the helipad, they have to have space around them to land. That's why there's the difference. But it might be, you know, the charter things expanding the 9 line. And so it's not necessarily the private hangar use like is in phase 1 of the airport. It's more of a commercial use that would bring in the sales tax or, maybe some of that revenue. And so I don't think it's necessarily either or. Maybe it's just a refining of what the lease says that directs or incentivizes this type of business to come forward. I don't know, Joe, does that, like, if it was more geared toward that, or maybe there's a phasing to say, okay, you can have this rental as you're finding your businesses to come in, whatever that looks like.
Consistent, that's all.
Well, but I don't think we're being inconsistent because this is phase 2 of the airport. And so it's different, but we don't want phase 2 to become phase 1, right? I think maybe that's your concern.
Sounds like phase 2 is just phase 1 with a different name.
If it's used for the same purpose as a phase 1. But
this
if we're
is
coming
not.
up with,
Size hangar.
true, but if it's a short term, the Airbnb type or whatever, where it's not going to become the private hangar in perpetuity. It's, okay, we're bringing these people in, they're paying the premium.
There is a path forward, and I would say that there should be a path forward. I will help facilitate a path forward. I'm willing to do that, but I think you need to get an airport advisory board in place to make sure that they can give you the recommendation to move.
The only problem I can see with even that is we leased it to Buster. We leased that area to Buster, whether it was going to be for the U.S. Forest Service or whatever. We had leased the whole area to him. Now, are we going to renege on that lease?
No, in fact, our lease.
Because we didn't sign it, did we?
No, we signed the lease, but the lease said that if you haven't started infrastructure by X date, but it also says that we understand the U.S. Forest Service is a third party, so we can't really bind them.
Okay.
And so we have in the lease a provision that says it's our understanding that we'll do our best to work with the Forest Service, but the county won't unreasonably withhold extension of the lease if he can't meet that deadline to start infrastructure. But I think the hard part with getting an advisory board in place is we're just barely advertising for it. The weather's changing. We want the vegetation, whatever, that landscaping. We want landscaping.
Yes.
I don't know that we need to unnecessarily delay it because we'll have to get a new airport advisory board up to speed on this, which we're already doing for the commission who makes the final decision. So those are the points I'm throwing out is we don't want to cause unnecessary delay either because Buster is trying to move this forward. And if we can find a lease that works for everyone and, it's changing the lease area for sure, so it's putting it down. But even in this leased area for the U.S. Forest Service, we were only getting a lease rate on these hard surface areas of the helipads, which are those, in between those squares, and then the parking lot, and then for the building itself, which was the 95 by 80. Under the new lease, even though in the red it's a smaller leased area, there's a lot more hard surface and a lot more building footprint. And so it is a benefit to the county as far as that, but I think it could also be a bigger benefit to the county if there's commercial activity that's going on that now, like our former discussion, we were talking about sales tax, to see more income from the sales tax always alleviates the tax burden on the property itself.
Right. And so in that area where it says no buildings in the lower one, no buildings in this area, is that because it's too close to the runway or how come that can't be utilized for something? Too close to what?
To the center line of the runway.
Oh, okay.
Got to be 125 feet from the center line.
Okay. But if we brought in a helicopter pad, is that big enough for that? Because it looks like the circle was there for that.
Put a helipad right there.
maybe
Looks like-
one helipad on this where I'm circling the furthest right.
Looks like it fits there in both spots.
That way, if Buster wanted, or whoever wanted to lease that area and put in a helipad for a transporter, even in the,
Have an airport advisory board on this.
right, but we don't have one right now.
I know that. And we, Commissioner Blocker, the airport would like to have the same type of landscaping along this Buster. We'd like to have that continue to be the same across the whole frontage.
That just comes at a cost to the county, so we have to figure out if we can afford to do that and how to pay for it.
Well, I'm saying we would work with Buster and have the same, just mismatched stuff across there.
No, and I understand that. I'm just saying, you may want the same. I don't know what Buster's budget looks like for landscaping, but it may be different than the county's budget for landscaping. So we ought to at least keep that in mind. Yeah, we just spent
As long as it's just
$360,000. So.
zero shade.
Yeah,
Zero
skate. As long as it's Rotomill for this
Mine-
rock,
not
we
my
got
deep
plenty
multicolored
of that.
rock.
No, I'm
All the
teasing.
owners will pitch in.
Almost $10 a ton, I guess, price.
I'd like to do a
Fundraiser.
a community project, to come up with good ideas and see what the neighbors want.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's not going to be
That
this
is something
spring.
we need to work on. Though. We've been talking about it for far too long.
So Joe, if I'm hearing you right, what you'd like to see is before a decision's made, there's an airport advisory board put in place that views this and gives their opinion. And from what Garrett is saying, he's saying move forward because Buster's already been in the process and
not saying
I
you need
think-
an airport advisory board.
to move
I think
forward.
we can just
Not saying that.
have Joe be involved in the discussion so that we have his insight as the manager. I think that that's important, but I'm not recommending waiting for an airport advisory board because we're just barely advertising for
Right.
it and they would have to get up to
But
speed.
you're not recommending waiting for the advisory board. That I misunderstood.
I think you should to have input, but you guys as a body can do anything.
Is this something like maybe we could do, because we're talking about, have the manager involved, Buster involved, like we do a work session with the two and be like, okay, what works for everybody so we can move forward? We're not waiting for advisory boards, but we have the input of the manager, we have the input of the leasee. Did I say that right? And then we can start to move forward on this project, but yet we have the input of the person that we have available, the manager.
I think that that would be even more beneficial than what I was envisioning is that you would give me direction and I'd kind of work and then bring something back. I think that's better because then you can negotiate in a work session and have that free-flowing discussion without thinking, oh, we still have 10 items or
And that's where
whatever
I
on
mean,
the agenda.
it's kind of like a developer in the county. Everybody's like, okay, we've got somebody that wants to do something. We don't want to stop him from moving forward, recouping some of his costs that he's already started. Joe hang around for long enough to let's work together. So the airport manager is, I'd kind of like to see that. Like, let's sit down and try to hammer this out as quick as we can so that Buster can get moving forward, that the airport feels that they're being respected, that the plan of the airport is good. And in the same meantime, we're building that advisory board back up, moving towards a new manager and whatnot and get things flowing again. That's kind of what I'd like to.
I like that.
Is that, Buster, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'd like to move forward because there's carry costs.
Sure.
And we've, in good faith, tried to keep mission updated, keep the lease intact, Forest Service time to play that out. So I think a work session will be good. I apologize, I'm an aviator, not a developer, so it's my
No, you're
oversight.
good.
I thought with the lack of an airport advisory board, that this became the airport advisory board, so I apologize.
It should be.
Passing all the details. We had a cursory discussion when the Forest Service did bail out, but I haven't presented anything to Joe, so my apologies there. I'm stumbling through this development process as an aviator, so
I just
any
want
guidance would be great.
I just want to make sure that your needs and desires are respected, that the airport managers is, and I just think a work session would be faster than Garrett going back and forth. Let's just sit down and see what we can hammer out and move forward.
That's great.
I think we could hammer out the lease even faster with a work session, actually. So.
That's fine. I'll make a motion that we schedule a work session with Buster and the airport manager, Joe, and to start to move forward on this. Is there,
I'll second.
Okay, I think we need a time frame.
I don't know what we've got. Kate, are you still available to, I don't know what.
I know
your
we're
schedule is
we're
like.
scheduled, so we're gonna have to do it on an
Off
not.
day.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a.
That's-
So I don't know what. Kate. Okay.
I personally am not opposed to just having two commissioners address this and work something out and bringing it back to the
Okay.
commission. I
I'm
don't
fine
know
with
if
that,
the
too.
entire commission needs to discuss it, but
And we have two commissioners over the
We have
airport.
two over the airport. Let them go and work on it. One comment that I will make from my perspective is that if this is going to be used as commercial space, I think that's great. I agree with the additional revenue to the county. I think our lease rate is far too low if it's going to be used as commercial space. So I think that needs to at least be considered. I mean, I calculated it up. Under the proposal, the total lease rate would be $5,098.92 a year.
With an annual increase of.
With an annual increase of 3%, so even 30 years down the road, if you take 5,000 times 30, you can't buy ground for $20,000 for, and use it for 30 years. So I do think it's a little bit low. Looking at commercial lease rates on property, just doing a quick search, it's somewhere between 60 cents and $1 per square foot per year, rather than 20 cents. That's still, I think, pretty reasonable, but I think we need to at least discuss it. So I know you've got business costs involved here and stuff. You need to think about that, but I feel like that's really, really low if there's going to be a commercial business runoff. That we don't lease ground anywhere else in the county that cheap. Our cell tower leases are far more.
What do we lease what's our lease cost to the fire?
To what?
To the what?
To the Forest Service.
It's $120 a year.
Yeah, and I don't know the square footage of that building.
I don't either.
Now that's a building, so we're talking bare ground because Buster's going to put all the
Has to put
infrastructure
in
in there.
the
He's got to put all the infrastructure and stuff, but nonetheless, even bare ground has a value to it, especially in this county. If I want to go buy bare ground anywhere, it's going to cost me $200,000 an acre, minimum, probably more. So that's just my comment, and I'm not going to die on a hill over whether it's 60 cents or 20 cents, but I think we need to find something that gives some benefit to the county, because we're going to have costs associated with maintaining around this property for years to come too. That's my only comment on it.
So that motion is different then?
What was that, Kate?
Okay.
No, the only difference, Kate, would be, and I guess you can repeat it if you want, is that only two commissioners will attend that work session and bring it back to the commission for approval.
I mean, I guess if you do it as a work session, you could have whoever you want attend, but otherwise it's just a meeting. It's not even a work session if there's going to.
Yeah, I wouldn't label it
So you
a work
two would-
session,
you two
'cause
would
we
get
could just
together with
meet in
those.
your
So,
hangar.
so I guess we don't need a motion. We'll just
Postpone it.
postpone
Or you can
this,
withdraw
and then
your
Two
motion.
of us will meet with you guys and we'll set
Just
up a
withdraw
meeting.
your motion then.
So I'll just withdraw that motion.
And I'll go ahead with that.
Did we vote in the last motion?
There wasn't a vote that I recall. I think there was just a motion, a second, and then a withdrawal after further discussion.
And I agree with the withdrawal.
Okay. Motion withdrawn. Okay.
Set up a meeting with.
Chair, can I request a 5-minute recess?
Yes, please.
You bet. got depressed when I just turned the page.
We're on number 5 of 16, so just saying.
I really didn't. Well, I really didn't expect as much questions. That's all.
These were left over from our fair board meeting last night.
How's that going with the big gal? Want a cookie?
Hopefully it was
It usually, I wouldn't want to.
getting stuff into it without getting any problems.
Here, I'll bring this back. Oh, he's coming back.
Need some sugar to keep you going, Wayne. That's
There's cookies.
need food, period. Left over from our fair board meeting last night. So.
Thank you. I'll have one.
I think it's really interesting going to different types of drugs.
You know what's interesting is
I know. There's like 16.
Miss Raylene can have it in her spot. Even though I know she won't want it.
I need to go to bed after this. I don't have sugar though, so my brain looks like I'm a little kid. Super hyper.
I may. I brought this. The clicker may.
Test, 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 test.
Yeah, I'll make sure.
You picked the wrong night to come.
I was gonna come originally.
Huh?
Test, test, test.
Oh, you're right. I just saw my cookie. Yeah, this is better. It's warmer.
Test, 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 test. Huh?
There's plenty.
Yeah. Test, test, test.
So we just crumbled it.
For green juice.
Turns all the way down for right now. I'll switch it back on.
Need some more of it? I'm impressed. Oh, yes. I mean, just I can see it.
Okay, we're gonna get going again here. Jeremy, you don't look
Thank
like
you.
Joshua, but you do look like Jeremy, so we'll take you.
And Josh is away ill today, so I'll be filling in.
He's what?
He went home sick today, so
Boy, he better get checked out. He's been sick a lot.
yeah.
So do we have a mic over there?
I have the.
Oh, you got that one? Is it on?
It is. I'm ready to proceed.
I don't hear.
No. Maybe a little more, please, Jeremy. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the County Commission. Action item F5 is the Heights at Whisper Ridge amended plat number 2. File or application number is 24.065. The applicant is Craig North, who is present in the audience tonight, Mr. Chair, who represents multiple property owners within the subdivision located at the following addresses: 6253 and 6267 Strawberry Creek Road, and 6315 Robinson Drive, identified by the parcel numbers and serial numbers in your meeting packet tonight, Mr. Chair. With the current zoning being very well split between R120 along the frontage of those rights of way, with rural residential 1 making up most of the property and forestry to the rear of those properties. The acreage tonight or affected by this plat amendment would be 4.77 acres, and the request is to have a series of lot line adjustments that will affect 4 lots. The Planning Commission heard this item at their regularly scheduled meeting on February 27. The comments from the public, there weren't many comments from the public, and the discussion for the Planning Commission was minimal. There was some confusion during the review about how many lots exactly were being affected, so I'll explain it, try to explain it visually. Let's see. I'm not sure what happened. What's happening is lot 205 is being taken, is going away, and its acreage is being given to lots 20.
Put that up so I can see.
I'm not sure what happened.
The noxious weed thing is not.
Let me see if I can get the visual here. Wow. Let me try this. Yes, that's right. It's in your meeting packet. It'll be attachment D will represent the plat amendment. And so again, lot 205 is going away. Its acreage is being given to lots 206A and lot 207A, brand new lots. And lot 208A is also being affected, but not, it's losing a little bit of acreage, but not such that it's going to be at odds with the hard zoning. Otherwise, that is in essence the plat amendment before you tonight, Mr. Chair. County staff reviewed this per our code, particularly in sections 155.444 and 4446 and 447. The parts of our code that reference the ability to do a plat amendment. A review was done that involved county staff, which is the Planning and Development Department, the Mountain Green Fire Protection District, the county recorder, county surveyor, and engineer, all having gone through and given comments to the process and are recommending approval, and staff is recommending approval of this item before the commission tonight. Again, the Planning Commission, when they heard this item, I failed to mention that they recommended approval with a vote of 5-0 on the night that they heard this item. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
So there's still 3 lots. Is that correct?
Going from 4 to 3.
Oh, 4 to 3, okay.
2 of the lot sizes are increasing. 1 is decreasing.
But they all meet everything.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Seems pretty simple to me. I'll make a motion that we approve application number 24-065, the Heights at Whisper Ridge Amendment Plat number 2.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Newton and a second from Commissioner Backrell. Is that what I heard? All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I need a motion to postpone or remove this.
Move to postpone item number 6, the Gardner Development Rezone, to a future commission meeting. Do we need to set one, or do we want to just postpone until
I believe the applicant requested just 2 weeks.
Okay,
So,
let's
so that's
postpone
April 1.
to our April 1st commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're on F7 now. We are tearing it up.
Mr. Chair, item F7 is the Giles Estate Plat Amendment number 1, which is application number 24.061. The applicant is Matt Slate, who is in the audience tonight, Mr. Chair, representing multiple property owners within the Giles Estates subdivision. And the addresses of the properties affected are 163, 173, 179, and 193 South Morgan Valley Drive, also identified by the parcel numbers and serial numbers in your meeting packet tonight. The current zoning of all 4 properties is a split designation between RR1, which is a rural residential district, and A20, which is an agriculture district. The acreage of all the properties combined by plat amendment is 6.63 acres, and the request tonight is to have a series of lot combinations of smaller parcels be added to these 4 individual lots. An adjacent property owner of a larger parcel approached the individual lot owners, and again, there are 5 lots in this subdivision, but only 4 of those are accepting sales of acreage from, again, this adjacent parcel owner. And a parcel boundary adjustment was recorded in July of 2024. And so this plat amendment seeks to take the property boundary adjustments that occurred last year and to formalize it with a plat amendment and to have the acreage be absorbed within those 4 lots within the subdivision. The Planning Commission heard this at their regularly scheduled meeting on February 27, 2025. There were no comments from the public during that meeting, and there was a question that led into a pretty small discussion about what would happen to the utility easements for all of the rear property lines where they currently add and getting pushed back with the plat amendment. And staff clarified that the applicants can do that. If they wish, they could get us a new set of drawings that would reflect new easements based on the new rear property lines. Otherwise, the commission voted to recommend approval to this body with a vote of 5-0. And it contained within your staff report, within the staff report for this meeting packet, is a graph or a table that shows the current lot sizes, the proposed addition of acreage to each of those properties, which is about half an acre being added. And then it talked about the lot size after the plat amendment is accomplished. Otherwise, county staff has reviewed this item and finds that it meets all of our minimum code requirements for accomplishing a plat amendment. The county staff, including the Planning and Development Office, the county surveyor, the county engineer, county recorder, and the Morgan County Fire Department, all recommending approval and having completed their reviews. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Sounds straightforward.
Yes, it's pretty
I'll make the motion.
Just a minute, I have a question.
Oh, you have a question?
So it does sound straightforward, but I just want to verify. So is that going to turn it all into an RR1, or is it going to go to?
The zoning
it's
won't
just-
be affected.
It's not going to affect any of the zoning.
And all of the change that's happening is happening within the A20 portion of the lots.
Right.
The
But I
rear
didn't know if
tunnels
they're
are-
going to make those lots into one lot.
Nope.
So
4
they're-
individual lots are all gaining about half an acre each.
So that makes
from
it
this
an
recent
additional,
sale.
I mean, does that make the property lines the full amount, or just that plus an additional? So that means there are gonna be two parcel numbers for each one of those.
No, they're
No,
creating.
They want to
changing
put
it to
under
one
one
parcel.
parcel number.
That's the issue that just doing a parcel boundary adjustment poses, but they're aiming to fix that by doing this plat amendment and having the rear lines, I'll point to it here, be pushed back, essentially.
You're just extending the side property and the rear one backwards half an acre.
Right, it's just, I know with other properties, which I own one of them, where they bought the additional property behind them, and now it's two parcels instead of one.
So yeah, so now that's the current state, and then doing a plat amendment will
They
just
just
keep
haven't
the
gone through the process of
They just haven't gone
this.
through the process. There will be 4 individual parcel number and serial numbers, respectively, and they'll all represent new acreage, increased acreage.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, I move we approve the Giles Estate Plat Amendment number 1, application number 24.061, located at 3049 and 3059 West Summit View Circle in unincorporated Morgan County.
So those are actually, the verbiage is flopped on our agenda.
What?
Yeah, so under Giles plat amendment, it has the verbiage that's supposed to go with the Cottonwoods plat amendment, and under the Cottonwoods, it's the verbiage that's supposed to go with
It's
Giles.
correct in the staff report, if you reference that.
It's wrong on this one. But the staff report is correct, so if you want to read it out of there, but on the agenda itself, it's incorrect.
That's what I just read.
The West Summit View Circle, that's not the Giles plat
Next
amendment, that's the
item.
Cottonwoods plat amendment.
In the packet.
I don't know, are you reading from the agenda or are you reading from?
She's reading
I'm reading from the packet.
packet.
I read from the
There is
packet.
no, that's all Morgan Valley Drive, right? There's no some circle.
Oh, it says the same thing.
It says the same thing. I don't know what you guys are reading
And
from.
Matt thought it was gonna be easy.
So that's not the right address?
No, it says the right thing. If you go, so within the packet on page 143, that's where you should be.
143, not 154?
No, because we're on the Giles plat amendment, not the Cottonwoods.
That's where we were at.
Oh, you said 154.
Yeah, because this is different.
Oh, the motion is wrong.
Yeah.
The motion is wrong. It's got the
Right.
copy paste error there. If you take your paper agenda and read Giles Estates and then read the information that's down below here, that will be correct.
Why don't you do it?
I will do it.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Giles Estate Plat Amendment Number 1, a request for approval of an amendment to the Giles Estate subdivision for a series of lot line adjustments that will affect 4 lots which are identified by parcels numbers as listed in the staff report and are located approximately at 163, 173, 179, and 193 South Morgan Valley Drive in unincorporated Morgan County. Application number 24-063.
And I second it.
Sweet.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do you want this back?
Okay, number 8, Mr. Jeremy. Thanks, Matt, for attending.
You sure you don't want to stick around?
Heard
Thanks,
enough.
Matt.
And action item F8 is the Cottonwoods Phase 7B amended plat number 3. It's application number 24.063. The applicant is Chase Hansen. Not sure in the audience. Not in the audience tonight, Mr. Chair. The location is 3049 and 3059 West Summit View Circle, with the parcel numbers and serial numbers indicated in your staff report and meeting packet tonight. The current zoning is a rural residential 1 acre minimum, RR1, with an applicable development agreement. The acreage being 0.61 acres combined between the two properties. The request is for a consolidation of 2 lots into 1 lot. The Planning Commission heard this item at their regularly scheduled meeting on February 27. And there was no discussion from the planning commission nor comments from the public. The commission voted to recommend approval to this body with a vote of 5-0. The county staff has completed a review and finds that it meets all of our minimum code requirements for accomplishing a plat amendment. The county surveyor, county engineer, planning staff, the Mountain Green Fire Protection District, and the county recorder all having provided comments and recommending approval of this item tonight. I'm happy to answer questions, Mr. Chair.
I have a question. We've seen a lot of people go and combine lots and then later on they want to go and reduce it back down. Do we have any laws or any codes that say that they can't do that once we've gone and joined them together?
Administrative item, and they meet the intent of the code for accomplishing a plat amendment, so I would say we have code for that.
I just don't want to be done again, to reduced again. So, because we've done it
I'm
many
sure they're gonna
times.
put their house right in the middle of both of them, I'm guessing.
They better build a big house. Or at least take into account
Just a
both
pet
lots.
peeve of Blaine.
That's all it is. It's a pet peeve of mine because people come in and they've got the same size lot and then they want to make it into two. And it was down in.
Well, maybe
Okay,
I
I'll look
can
for a
do
motion.
Maybe. Okay.
You wanna give it a go?
You watch me, Mike.
You got this.
Okay. I move we approve the Cottonwoods Phase 7B, amended plat number 3, application number 24.063, located at 3049 and 3059 West Summit View Circle in unincorporated Morgan County. Yeah?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Blocker and a second from Commissioner Newton, or Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we make sure that that gets, before we get to the next approval of consent agenda items. Okay, thank you.
Action item F9 is the Helston rezone, which is application 24.079. The applicant is Kelvin Judd, who is in the audience tonight, Mr. Chair, and represents the Helston Family Living Trust for this application. The project is approximately located at 4937 West Old Highway Road, with the parcel number and serial number in your meeting packet. The current zoning of this property is neighborhood commercial, which is NC abbreviated. It's neighborhood commercial completely. The general plan designation for this property is town center completely. And the acreage is 4.31 acres. And the request for tonight, Mr. Chair, is to rezone this property from neighborhood commercial to town center. The Planning Commission heard this item at their regularly scheduled meeting on February 27. There were no public comments during the public hearing portion of the meeting. The discussion from the Planning Commission was minimal, with questions about how there's a need for cohesion among town center properties, especially to the southeast of this property across the road. The question was, do we need this property owner to come to that table for a similar discussion? And staff recommended that it's not exactly directly connected to the recent rezonings, and this could be looked at more on this case basis. Otherwise, the commission recommended approval of this application with a vote of 5-0. The staff issued findings that the Planning Commission agreed with, and the findings are that the proposed amendment is in harmony with the future land use goals, the future land use map showing town center. The amendment would be in harmony with existing land uses in the area, there being town center adjacent, directly a few hundred yards to the east in the Rome property, and then across the street and not far from the other developments that I've mentioned tonight. Also, that adjacent properties are zoned both with multifamily and commercial zoning, and a proposed amendment it would be consistent with surrounding property sizes and hard zoning present in the area. And staff finds that this amendment would make good planning sense based on good planning principles. Otherwise, with the review having been completed and a recommendation from the Planning Commission, look to your the discussion and decision tonight. And county staff is happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Jeremy, what does neighborhood commercial zoning mean?
Well, that is one of the only few neighborhood commercial zoned properties in the entire county. It's comparable to perhaps the highway commercial zone, but if you look up the use table, we would see that the list of entitlements defined for it, the uses that you can have on the property, and the setbacks defined for it, and other things like that. Again, it's a rare zone in our county, and they're looking for the town center zoning, which, as we're well accustomed to, requires a development agreement that is defined in a subsequent application. Neighborhood commercial just has hard zoning and allows for some commercial uses.
So, just a quick question. So, in their kind of description for what their narrative, it does say they're considering main commercial use of the property to be an event reception center for community events, weddings, family gatherings, corporate retreats, etc. But they've got two different, kind of in their kind of general plan. Are they going to do that in two different locations? Or are they thinking just the one location? What are they going to do in the other piece? The narrative covers maybe one of them, but not both of those commercial. What are they thinking
Yes,
else?
so the attachment in your staff report talks about both properties and how they wish to have some cohesion between those two properties, being split up nearly half residential and half commercial,
Right.
just based on the bubble diagram there. I would defer to the applicant to represent themselves on defining that.
Okay, I do want to ask you though, Jeremy, because you always kind of have the same spiel, always present this to us. It makes sense to have this. How does it make sense to you? When you guys look at something like this, I want to know how you look at it and say, now this makes sense.
The requested zoning being present adjacent is a strong argument. We don't even need to talk much about buffering and tearing down in densities or anything like that. The requested zoning is present in multiple places. That's perhaps the strongest argument. They wish to enter into an agreement with the county and have their plan be in line with not just the vision for this area, but literally to discuss with you as the county the best use of this property. It's a strong.
But as it's zoned, it
Right.
allows a certain amount of density, right?
Correct. And the future land use map shows town center currently, and so that's another strong argument for a rezone. Where if an applicant wishes to do anything like, let's say, multifamily, which is not with their request tonight, one interesting thing about that is that multifamily isn't represented on the future land use map at all. The town center is the only zone that shows that. So again, they have the future land use map showing town center, and their request is to rezone tonight to
I
town
guess
center.
my question is similar to Commissioner Block. What are you giving up for the other? Why the change? What does NC not have that TC has?
And that's not really a consideration in staff's review. That would be the applicant.
I'm asking you that question.
We don't look at that in our review, is what I'm saying.
So if you go to the county code section 155.132, you can look at the table and see the differences. I was just looking through the table right now. I'm actually thinking though, based on what they've indicated they want to do, which was hotel type use, is that correct?
It's from their narrative, I believe that's correct.
The narrative was saying something about like a reception center.
Yeah, there was a reception center and stuff.
Well, the cemetery is full, so there could be like a hotel for the deceased added on.
trying to see if
expand
reception
the
center's-
cemetery.
What's that?
I was just trying to look up reception center in the.
See, I was trying to figure out where the codes are, where zones are.
Okay, well, does anybody have any questions for staff? Any more questions for staff?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So where we've got town center to the one side, and then and they want to move it to town center, and then RM 15 or 15 just below it. In each town center, it seems to me like you have a residential component and a business component. The problem is you've got one that's here and one that's here. Are we going to have a business here and here? Or are we going to try to do like the vision we have within Morgan County or in that area where we have the commercial area here? Are they going to work together between the two town centers? Or are we just, okay, you have one here and you have one here and you can have residential in between? I mean, because I don't want to see that. That's not the vision of Mountain Green.
I would actually defer to the applicant on that question too, just because they've already approached the other property owner. They've put together a plan and it shows the required 35% commercial just in a conceptual development plan.
Okay.
What their intentions are, I'll defer to
we'll,
them.
We'll ask him that. But
And again,
other
they're-
than that, that's a staff question I have, is if you have a town center here and a town center here, they're adjoining each other, does that mean you have to have a required 35% between this one and then residential within that same?
Correct.
Every separate property owner has to have 35% under the current.
That's why when I say, does it make perfect sense? It doesn't always make perfect sense to have two different owners having the same zoning, and now we've got incohesive layouts. That's really what's going on. And that's why we turned down the other people, because we wanted to look at.
Matt, can you turn your mic on, please?
I might be saying something I don't want recorded. So we might be setting ourselves up for failure there. We've got this one chance to make this area nice. So we're just trying to, so we kind of want staff to look at it and go, I know they check the boxes, but when we're rezoning, we want to go, okay, well, this doesn't make perfect sense because we're going to have all this blotchiness.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I think this kind of goes back to that same discussion we had with the other four landowners, like maybe they should sit down and kind of, with comments and
And it
considerations
sounds like
here.
maybe they have.
Yeah.
So let's have the applicant come up.
And I will just say, I have recommended to the planning office that they don't necessarily make a recommendation on a rezone for or against, just talk about planning in general. And the reason I think that that's important is because sometimes when they're saying, hey, I'm making a positive recommendation because it seems like it's good planning, then it can kind of create some tension with the community saying, well, why are you recommending approval of this? It's a rezone. We don't want any more growth there. And so I hope that kind of helps you understand where Jeremy's not really making a recommendation. He's just talking about planning, and typically you'll have zonings that are next to each other. If this was a town center zoning, 3 miles from any other town center, then that's not good planning. And we're not making a recommendation one way or the other. We're just presenting the application and saying it's not good. It doesn't make planning sense. Or, hey, this one makes planning sense because there's an adjacent. So I don't know. I hope I'm not getting you frustrated with planning because I'm making that recommendation to shift away from just presenting the application, because for a legislative item, the recommendation isn't as necessary as for the administrative, where it's like, hey, we have to do this, because it's just saying, hey, this is in your hands. Does it make good planning sense? You can ask those questions, but whether, so hopefully I'm not muddling the process with
You're not. I get, my frustration is we're seeing these coming from the planning commission with a 5-0 vote in favor, and we're sitting here trying to say, we're trying to plan a community here that looks beautiful down there, and we're getting all these positive recommendations, and now we have to sit here and figure it out. They're the planning commission, you know?
I see what you're saying. Is you're thinking if they had more discussion and maybe asked some more
Yeah.
questions, then
And maybe
it vets it a little bit more before it comes to this body.
Correct. Yeah.
I will say though, not all of them come 5-0 to you. There have been some
We've noticed
some
that.
divided ones and some negative, and so. But yeah, this one
Okay.
a little different.
We'll have the applicant. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks.
Yeah, you do. I don't know why it was back there.
Hear me okay now?
No, put it up by your mouth. Oh, Jeremy had one on his chest. Oh, there we go.
How's that?
Yeah.
Okay. Kelvin Judd representing the applicant. He's here as well. Chair Wilson, I think you brought up some excellent points. I think it maybe illustrates no code or zone is perfect because I think we're realizing, this is probably a future discussion, but the town center zoning is interesting because you're ending up with a chunk of commercial here and a chunk of commercial here and a chunk of commercial here, to your point where each property is required to do that, and that ends up spreading commercial all over. And I agree that may or may not be the best thing for two different parcels right next to each other, let alone all of Mountain Green. So
Yeah.
we want to get it right too, and that was the impetus for this. I control the 11-acre property adjacent to this rezone request, and we got with Derek and said, hey, you already have neighborhood zoning. We had to talk him into this kind of being a downgraded zoning because the county doesn't really have any teeth in neighborhood zoning. It's an administrative, he can check the boxes and do what he wants commercially. But we said, hey, we want to plan something with you. Your property touches Trappers Loop. It makes sense that we have a blank canvas of 15 acres rather than two separate one 11-acre and one 4-acre parcel. So our entire intent in this rezone is so that there's one 15-acre project instead of two separate projects and potentially two separate zones. So I don't know if that helps, or if you have other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Helps me.
No, that is helpful.
That's what we needed.
We want to get it right too. We live there. We're gonna be here. It's a beautiful property that
Yeah, I don't
deserves
want you to get
some-
lynched. I go to these town meetings and I just think somebody's going to we might have a lynching.
I hope not either, but that's okay. Any other questions I can answer while I'm up here?
So, do you have any type of concept? I know I can't ask that, but
You can on a town center because they have to come to the rezone with a concept. So it's not the same as an RSD where you have to have the development agreement, but they do have to have the concept in the narrative. So you can ask those questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, can you just kind of give us an overview of what you guys are thinking?
We ultimately hope for a gathering place, a community place that's can host community events that might be school sponsored or community related. It'll be privately owned, an event center for weddings, corporate retreats. Our anchor, we want a really nice building like a lodge that can be a destination for people to come enjoy the beauty of Morgan County. We think that makes the most sense. Kind of as appendages to that, some people might want to come stay, so there would be some lodging there. We don't want to do a hotel, don't want to get the wrong connotation attached. We would maybe have some lodging that could be some smaller residences or smaller units that may actually be part of the commercial part of it because it would be part of the event center owning it rather than being sold individually to random people. We want very much a cohesive project that we can control. That's what we have so far. It's dependent on a lot of limiting factors. Obviously geotech's gonna be a big deal. There's some slopes on the property. There are a lot of things that we're gonna have to work through. So it'll take us a while, but we do want to get it right. The nature of the property, the topography, it's not going to be a real dense thing. So hopefully that's good news to most people. I assume it is. It's more quality over quantity is our goal.
So not high density.
Yeah.
And I guess my other question to you be, you are adjacent to the cemetery, right?
Right.
So we've got to figure that out too. I don't know. And I guess we can talk about that later. We can talk about that later.
Yeah, that's a big concern.
There will be some more iterations of discussions on it for sure.
So I had the question, I asked Jeremy earlier, you've got two different commercial chunks. One, obviously you want this reception center, gathering hall. What's your vision for the other one?
We're not exactly sure yet. We just feel like being right on Trappers Loop, a commercial use makes more sense than a residential use. So that's why there's two chunks. There's right off of Trappers, and then for the event center, it makes sense to be down in that bowl to the north of the cemetery where Dry Creek runs through. It's gorgeous. So
I was just curious, like if you had something in mind, but no, I mean, the commercial off Trappers makes perfect sense, and then go through that to get into your residential, kind of creates a nice little buffer there. But, and then as I was reading through the narrative, you were talking like 5 to 8 units per acre, obviously depending on geo and everything else. Are you thinking like multifamily? Are you thinking smaller detached type things, or what's, again, not holding anything, just kind of what's floating around up there?
probably a mix of those two.
So some multifamily and detached.
Multifamily is a good use of space. It also makes a really good retaining wall. But we'll have to refine that a lot and just see what makes sense, what actually can go where. And that's the beauty of the development agreement of town center zoning is, you guys can have some say in that matter. Say, well, this is what makes sense to for this, rather than just us being able to say, well, this checks all the boxes. We want to work with you on that.
So two questions for you. You don't own that piece that's a triangular trapezoid looking thing just to the south of it?
No, we don't. In a perfect world, you'd put all the pieces together and have a blank canvas to design it all, but we don't control. I've twisted anybody's arm on that one.
So have you worked, or potentially are you going to work with all those different landowners down there to try to maybe work something out within everybody? This is just a curious question.
Ideally, that makes the most sense. Like you mentioned, the planning commission and the county, we want to get this right. And the more of a blank canvas you have, the more proper planning you can do, rather than a hodgepodge. But I have only so much capital to do what I can. So
I was just hoping that you might want to reach
There's
out
no
to
money
them.
trees on there.
if you guys want to grant something for us, we're open.
And see if, and that's always a possibility within the rural economic development grants that we have. But I'm just curious as to whether or not your intent is to potentially look at some of those other landowners directly adjacent to you and see whether or not you are going to, if they want to do and go along with the same kind of a thing and get it all. So that way everybody's on the same page and we're making this beautiful community that we want to do.
Yeah, we have talked to a couple adjacent landowners. Those can be delicate conversations. We're just trying to get it right. But yeah, we're open to step at a time. What control we can control the planet the right way.
Okay.
Have you thought of donating some land to the cemetery? Then people can use your event center for the funerals?
That did come up. I think that was in a meeting.
I've been told there are unmarked graves in this area, like Native Americans.
It's very possible.
We were there just before the people brought the telephone poles, the electrical poles on the mules.
Yes, when you start digging up, you may end up with some graves around there. Then you'll get stopped.
Yeah, there might be a halt there. We're open to that. That's probably a little further down the road. We'll find some concepts, but that might be a good trade if we say, hey, we only have. It doesn't make sense to do 35% commercial here or something like that. Then could that count as part of the commercial?
Talk about with give you a higher density, you give us this.
I'm okay with that. I just want us all to work together and try to make it the best we can.
I think that's a win-win. I think that works.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn the public. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we public meeting and convene a public hearing for item number 9.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Newton and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We are now in public, I wanted to say public hearing. So if there's anybody that would like to share at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
Second.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries, so. Any other questions? Any thoughts? Any deliberations?
Just get it right.
Mike, you never did tell me what the difference between NC and TC is. Did you?
So I was just looking through the use table. You know, strictly for if they were going to do a restaurant, for example, that's permitted in both zones. But if you want to do what's listed as a banquet hall with catering staff, which I think is probably what they would fit under, that's permitted in the TC zone, but not in the neighborhood commercial zone.
That's interesting.
And housing wise, nothing's.
So
permitted
housing
in
wise, there's
NC.
there's no housing in NC at all. TC will allow for housing. So that's something to consider. We are talking about essentially you're removing 4 acres of commercial, strictly commercial zoning in exchange for zoning that will only be required to be 35% commercial. Now, this particular piece of property, to be honest, don't know that it lends itself super well to strictly commercial zone. It's not real flat. For anybody who's been up there, that road's pretty steep. So, you know, maybe given the fact that there is a TC zone property adjacent to it, it may make sense to do that. I like that the plan is to combine it as one big project. I think that makes sense. At this point, to be honest, I think we have plenty of TC zone down there. I don't think we need more, but then again, for this particular piece of property, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to it be the only neighborhood commercial right there. I don't think this all makes sense.
Commissioner Nickerson, any thoughts?
I mean, I do like the applicants, you know, willingness. Obviously, we have an issue with the cemetery, willing to have that discussion, those kind of things, because we do have some needs down there. I've said a couple times, I even talked to Commissioner Newton the other day about some of the issues I see with some of our current zoning. It just really doesn't lend a lot of input from us. You know, we only have a couple that we have development agreements on, and I know we had a good conversation the other night about it. I would like to see us have a little bit more teeth into our zoning. You know, I think that we have the RSD and town center, and then the PC, which is the ordinance itself, if I recall, is the development agreement when you do it. Is it a PC?
Right,
zone?
the PC doesn't require a development agreement.
No, but
it can be
the
used.
ordinance itself is the zoning.
Right.
So-
The ordinance that you create for a
Correct,
PC
for PC.
application.
And that's where it's, you know, I just feel that we're kind of stuck in a tough spot. We either give them residential only, or we force them to have commercial that really isn't as Commissioner Newton said, we don't need just straight commercial there. But is there something else that would work, that would fit better, that we don't have available? I don't know, that's just a frustration I've had, is that just in our zoning in general, I think, you know, you know that if you've been on that piece of ground, you know that it's gonna be difficult for them to build much on there. You know, it's a interesting piece of ground, kind of, that whole hillside going all the way up that mountain is gonna be interesting, so.
Me?
Yes.
I'm all about cemetery. No, it does make sense what you're doing. I am hoping you don't want to put a bunch more townhomes there, but even though you have townhomes down below you, but because it's such a beautiful piece of land, I think you could develop it quite well with a reception center, and yeah, I can see why you want to do that and work. I appreciate you working together. I like that.
Mr. Fackrell?
I've said what I needed to. Basically, just make it right. And yeah, I'm like Raylene, I'd like to have, maybe we can negotiate something with the cemetery out of Point. Because we need something in that area.
Is the cemetery right near that little part that comes down? Oh, is there?
It's a Coliseum. Even if it's a Coliseum or whatever they do, where they put them on top of each other. Mausoleum, yeah, thank you.
Maybe.
They stacked in the Coliseum.
To be quite honest, that's a terrible place for a cemetery of any size, because it is a very small hill. But the county's also not in the business of owning or operating cemeteries. So.
Right.
But you could make a district. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah,
Good.
Who's in charge of that then?
Well, that particular cemetery is owned by the LDS Church. Sure, but I'm just
saying.
They don't want it, but it's owned by them.
You'll be hearing from them in a work session. It's a public service
It's
to the community.
That's kind
I
of a
would say
problem,
it's
is that they're not,
usually a municipality.
like Morgan City. Both of those are operated by Morgan City, right? North and South Morgan Cemeteries.
But Summit County, they just did a kind of cemetery just right up here. But they made a cemetery maintenance district.
I'd think a 4x6 piece of ground for $3 grand is pretty good ROI.
Anyhow, we're getting
Well,
off
we get it
subject.
once.
Sorry.
Not when you got to maintain it for the next 100 years. But
Go up to
yes,
Porterville, they don't.
we've got a lot of cemeteries in the county that
Aren't maintained.
and it's because
This
there's
is
no
a beautiful
there's
cemetery.
nobody to maintain it, and this one is very well maintained, but most of that's been done through volunteer work.
Anyhow. So are we all in favor of
We
moving
need a
forward?
motion. I need a motion.
Okay, I move we approve the Helston rezone, application number 24.079, changing 4.31 acres from neighborhood commercial to town center.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Blocker, a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, could we look at maybe moving item number 14 up? Our poor young ladies that have been here all night for the Daughters of Pioneers are probably tired of sitting there on those not soft chairs.
Yeah, we can. Be happy to. Kate, are you still with us or are you asleep?
She might be asleep.
No, she's with us. And she's wanting you to focus.
Do you want one of us to take care of your items, or you'll do it? Okay, we're gonna move F14 forward if you would like to speak.
Vaughn, I know you were concerned that you were,
As a possible,
no, but do you want to take it since your mic's probably better than mine?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
So just so everybody knows, my mother's part of the Daughters of Utah Pioneers. And so last year when they had some vandalism done at the cabin in there and some items removed from the museum, we started discussing cameras, and they'd had internet access out there before. And as we bought some little cameras, put them in there, and we couldn't get the internet to work. So I talked to Jeremy, and he said something happened to the antenna that's actually right out here, that it was not functioning. And he asked what we were doing. So he says, why don't we just go to the commission and ask for some cameras and a little bit of things to help out the DUP. And so he kind of actually helped put this proposal together, got us the pricing and everything. And Kate put it on the agenda for, I guess the DUP doesn't really ask for a whole lot, and they thought this would be a great thing to request from the county. So we did try to do it in-house a little bit, but our bandwidth on the internet is really, there's nothing there anymore. And we used to get it from here, and Jeremy's like, I'm not sure what happened and why it isn't functioning, but it just needs to be done again and done right. And so they're here. If we go through the packet, you can see that the original estimate from Jeremy was 20, I'm sure. Yeah, it was
70, 67 or something.
Yeah, I can scroll through mine this way down there. So yeah, 2297, but then basically the 8 hours for IT, we're already paying them, so we would deduct that off. So they're basically asking for about $1,500 for cameras and the materials to get them indoor and outdoor security on that building. A lot of those items are priceless, so you can't replace them. They're original Pioneer, relics that are here. So that's what they're asking for, and I don't know if that explains it well enough. Or
Fairwealth and I did look up our financials, and it doesn't look like we've ever contributed to the DUP, at least since Melissa's been here.
Okay, did you have what budget it was going to come from?
Probably have to pull from the fund.
Non-departmental services not otherwise classified.
Non-departmental?
And 4150, 340.
The only thing I'm going to request is that we don't use it as a donation, but just pay for it, whatever it is. In other words, just, well, there's a difference. If you can find something for just, whether it be that same amount, maybe the cost of a camera's gone up. Instead of just giving them $1,500, let's just have Jeremy do it all.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, okay.
That's what we're doing.
And
So-
instead of calling it a donation, that's what I'm saying. Just use it as an expense. It's an expense.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we call it, because
Yeah,
we
no,
don't
I-
get a tax deduction for a donation anyway.
Yeah,
I
it
know.
doesn't benefit
I
the
just,
But yeah, I see what
just
you're
think
saying.
it ought
You're
to be
saying
an
don't limit
expense.
it to 1,500 if
Right.
it costs 1,601. We don't.
That's
care.
right.
Get it
That's
done.
right. That's what I'm saying is let's just use it as an expense from the non-departmental for now. And if it comes up more, then it comes up more. If it comes up a little less, okay. But it's our department that's doing it, our IT department. That's what I move.
That sounded like a motion to me.
Yep, that's a
Second it.
motion. I don't want to repeat it, so whatever you can
Motion
make
from
it into.
Commissioner Fackrell and a second from Commissioner Newton.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, that was resolution CR 25-17.
Commissioner Fackrell and Newton.
Thank you.
Change that from donation. Just
Thank you, ladies, for hanging in there.
I mean, that was
Sorry.
quick to sit here for 4
I thought
hours.
you were here to rail on us at some public.
Welcome, thanks.
You. Okay, Honorable Mike, no, our Honorable Raylene Blocker. Turn the time over to you.
Okay, Commission, I would like to nominate Tom Telford, who's here in our audience today, to the Morgan County Planning Commission. Tom is an excellent asset to our community. He's very service-oriented. When I thought about who would be great on the Planning Commission, I was looking at the service they put into our community and the time they invest, especially with our youth. And Tom came to mind, and he's put countless hours in the Morgan Valley Trails Foundation, on the mountain bike team, and he has a podcast. He interviews youth and people from all over. But he's given so much to our community. He's a 25 plus years business experience, and he's quite a collaborator. He knows how to bring people together. And in his words, he says his goal is to continue to support the people and place that he loves by serving friends and neighbors and influencing responsible growth. And I think he'll be a great contribution to the Planning Commission.
Sounds great.
You want to make that motion, Raylene?
Okay. Do I say the resolution?
Yeah.
So I move to nominate Tom Telver to the Planning Commission, representing the Mountain Green area, resolution CR 25-11.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Blocker and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Tom.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mike Newton.
Okay, so Dustin Little, who was the Planning Commission representative from the Croydon Round Valley area, took a job actually working for the county. He's our new building inspector, and we really appreciate him taking that job. No, he's working with Dave. So we've got two now, which will help us on our third-party costs a lot. And Dave is probably a couple years away from retirement, maybe less, I don't know. So he's preparing. So Dustin is the bench for that, and I think that's wonderful. Dustin has years and years of experience in the construction industry and operating his own business there, so he's very skilled at that. But with his taking a position for the county, he has resigned from the Planning Commission, and so we're doing a kind of out of the normal cycle nomination here. So I would like to nominate Matt King to the Morgan County Planning Commission. Matt was actually here earlier in the evening. He was sitting in the back near Debbie with his daughter.
Oh, with his daughter,
But
okay.
his daughter got tired, and I can't blame her. So so they took off. But Matt has a number of years working in the construction industry. He's been in Croydon for probably 8 or 9 years. Has family that lives in Croydon as well. In fact, he just built a second home in Croydon and moved into that one and is selling the first one. So he has a real interest in being involved in the community. In fact, I think some of his experience in a small subdivision to create a lot to build his second home helped him learn a little bit about it and maybe propelled him for some desire to be involved in the community and in the Planning Commission. So I think he'll do a great job, and look forward to working with him on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any questions?
I did not know who he was, so I appreciate that information.
Grew up in the Camas area, but he and his sister and their families both live in Croydon now. So.
Great.
Yeah. So with that, I will move that we appoint Matt King as Planning Commissioner to represent the Croydon and Round Valley areas, Resolution CR 25-06.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Newton, second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I didn't skip it. I went backwards, right? I got everything. You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, so last meeting you requested that the ordinance 2505, that we look back at sections 2 and 5. So I went before the Conservation District, who is helping me script this. So in section 2, we went ahead at the Commission's request and made it to where section 2B, the county's appointed weed control supervisor is a non-appointed member, but we still kept the odd number by increasing 2B to 3 members, and then modifying section 5, which is page 196 of the packet, Jeremy, so that there is no where we would enter their private property without permission. There's 2 different versions, one for if we have written permission to enter the property to abate the nuisance, or if they don't want us on the property at all and just want to pay the fine. But we also did discuss if we had additional funds, that if there was a hardship, that we could also have Joel have some of our fairgrounds help, maybe work as assistants in the summer to help remediate those with hardship as well. We didn't put that in the ordinance, but because we didn't want to designate county funded mandates, we got those. But is that were requested, and these are the wording that was brought forth by the conservation district. Everyone was in that meeting, so I did tell them it was because they wanted a Wardell or a Thurston on the board, is why you guys said no, but I think they saw through me.
Okay, Kate, I have a couple of questions, if I may. A few questions. So, the 3 members of the board that are going to be farmers or ranchers whose source of income is derived from production agriculture.
We took out the word primary source, so
Okay.
they just have to have some sort of income.
Okay. Because in the resolution, or at the end of it, very last page 199, it states in B, the names of the people, and then 3 members of the board shall be farmers or ranchers whose primary source of income is derived from production agriculture. So we're going to have to change it out of there for that.
Okay,
Okay?
so I'll take the word primary out of the originating members.
Right. And so basically, we're only going to have 4 members that are going to be voting members. Is that correct?
No, 5.
Because Commissioner, okay, so he's a voting member, and then, okay, that'd be 5. Okay, and then I have up in number 5 and 5B.
Okay.
5AB.
580, okay.
Okay.
The notice shall be deemed delivered when mailed by registered mail address to the person plus known address.
Right. I would recommend that you don't do it registered mail. Do it certified or signature. I can't remember what the name of it is.
Restricted.
Either certified or signature requested. I can't remember which one it is. But registered is too costly, and you don't need it. It does the same thing whether or not it's certified or signature requested. Signature requested is, in fact, I would suggest you just change it to some form of mail that has a signature attached, if that's legal for you, Garrett.
That would be in section 5AB and section BB as well.
That's correct. Okay. And then we have okay, and then on 5A, it says with written permission. Whose written permission?
The property owner is the only person that can give permission to enter the property.
Okay, so that's what I was just going to ask, is how are we going to get that permission? Was one thing I saw. And if they don't give you permission, then what happens?
Then it goes to section B where there's a fine imposed.
Okay, and then if not, it's a lien against the property.
They can give the board permission to go on and perform the work and then recoup the cost, or they can pay a fine.
Okay.
So, and this is something I think that came up last time, is I think it just said like without written permission, or it didn't have that in, that they could go in, and that was kind of a Fourth Amendment worry for me. I still think the fine, just imposing the fine, it kind of becomes a Fifth Amendment issue for me as far as due process. And I wonder, my thought was, and I didn't have a chance to talk to Kate because I've been sick and then she was sick too, so we haven't connected on this one specifically. But I wonder if we could just approve not sections 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 tonight, so we can create the weed board so that they can start meeting and functioning.
Okay.
And then maybe I can work with Kate on some language that can mirror like our code compliance, because I think that we have to have some due process built into this process too, because this is similar in a way. We're giving notice of, hey, you've got noxious weeds. Hey, we want you to bring this into compliance. If we feel you're not bringing it into compliance, then we can pursue criminal, civil, a third party can enforce it, or there's a fix-it ticket. That's what's in our section as far as code compliance. Because this one, it sounds like you can do criminal and civil. You know, it's not really making sure that the county has to choose one way of enforcement. And I guess those are some of my worries, just constitutionally, is we want to make sure that we can somehow have the appeal process set forward. It's not just an automatic. There can be determinations made that can be appealed eventually to a court, and if we match the timelines in our zoning code, I think that limits some of the confusion when it comes to my office, and if it's Janet or me that's going and kind of looking at this, that we're not mixing up or missing deadlines or making arguments because there's a different process on the weed board versus the code compliance. So sorry.
I think I would rather we just postpone the whole thing than pass half.
Okay. And I'm sorry about that, Kate.
I know, life happens.
Yep.
Then that's what I would do. Is postpone it.
And then the other thing, Kate, that let's think about where we're going to put it in the code so we can get the numbering in the ordinance the way it'll slide into our code, and we can chat about that. Okay.
Okay, Commission Chair, I move that we postpone ordinance number ordinance number. It's an ordinance? What do we have to do with
We
the
still do
hearing?
public hearing.
No,
Because you're postponing.
because you're postponing. Well, we could hold the public
I think
hearing and then
that-
not do it again.
I think that you should hold the public hearing just in case someone came to speak to it.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then when we redo it with new language, we can hold that public hearing again to the new language.
Which is what we did last time, so.
Okay. Then I move to go into public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Fackler, second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're now in public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come up and speak to the noxious weed ordinance? Okay, seeing none.
Move to adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Now I'll do it. I move that we postpone County Ordinance 25-05, providing for the control of noxious weeds within the county till the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone F12 by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, so.
The next one, when we did the increase for recycling, I'm sure none of you commissioners have gotten phone calls about that.
Not at all. Just
Just my wife.
100.
I was at the council meeting last week. They mentioned that neither of us, the county nor the city, had put in the fee schedule for if someone wanted a second can or for commercial. So this would match our fees with the city's fees for that second can and for the commercial recycling. Again, this would not go into place. Theirs said 1 July. Our original ordinance said beginning of June. This one says 1 July because that's what the city said. I don't know if there was a disconnect on the date but I just matched it to what the city did in their city council meeting.
And also, when will it start? July 1st, or does that when the
So we expected to start billing in July for the new services. The cans, we took delivery of the first group of cans, so we're going to be starting to send those out now. But it's going to take several weeks to get, well, several months to get all the cans out to everybody. So
So are they really picked up bi-weekly or
yeah,
bi-
every other week, every
So
2
that-
weeks. The recycling can is every
So
2
why does it
weeks.
say bi-weekly? It's confusing.
probably should be
That means like
bi-monthly.
2 times a week.
Mhm.
So it should be bi-monthly maybe?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a grammar expert, but
Every
but
other
it's
week.
twice
Both
per month.
ways.
It's every other week.
Yeah.
It's every other week,
Yeah, that probably needs to be changed because bi-weekly is
which
twice a
means
week.
you could have 3 times in a month,
times in a month.
depending on how your days lay.
So in other words, it does need to be.
Yeah, that needs to be updated.
Maybe we ought to stay in there, what, a week?
Do you want to change that, Kate? Look at proper English on that and see.
What we're talking about.
Bi-weekly, we're having a discussion whether that means twice a week or every other week. We know it's every other week, but what's the best way to say that?
when I Google biweekly, it says occurring every 2 weeks.
Oh,
Yeah, it's both. Sometimes it's used for twice a week, and sometimes it's used for every other. And so I think if you just say every other week, then it
Be more
clarifies it.
specific.
So we're gonna change all bi-weekly to every other week.
yes, just so
clarity.
everyone's clear.
For the recycling can.
Do you believe everything you Google?
It's on the internet, it's true.
It must be. The
That
Google
looks like-
bot said it
And
is.
bi-monthly
knows
is
it
the
all.
same thing. It can be every other month or twice a month. That's yeah. So it's confusing.
Did you use the same Google?
It's English.
Else for the
No, you did not.
My discussion I had a discussion with both Cindy and with Teresa over at the city. And, I mean, commercial, it says is $20 per month. That's less than our residential.
Because they're
So-
not required to have a.
But that's, the
Recycling.
thing is my question is we're trying to make it a bundled effect on everything, which means commercial should be paying that if they get it. Whether or not they accept the recycling or not, it ought to be the same as the residential, even though both of the clerks did not agree with me.
Yeah, but don't we get garbage and recycle for $25.50?
Give them a $5 break. They're raising sales tax.
So
They don't have to.
They and not like I have to.
That's right.
I get a big one. I get a big
If
one
you get a big
anyway.
dumpster, it doesn't. You're not part of
You're
the
not
city
part of the
billing
city,
anyway.
and
In
they're
fact,
not
there's
required.
not a ton of commercial that is part of this billing because most of them do get dumpsters if they're a business of
Probably
any
a
large
small
size.
business. And we should
But I will say that the ordinance from Wasatch Integrated is on the household use fee, which does exclude commercial.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
the commercial haulers come in doing a totally separate thing. You know, when they pick up your dumpsters that way or roll-offs or whatever, they pay by the ton for disposal, whereas for our residential, we pay a household fee regardless of how much trash is disposed.
Okay, so my question then on that also is what, I mean, is it required in the county to charge every resident this $25.50 per month? Or, like, there's 2 of them on Highway 66 that I've seen that have gone into Robinson's and have bought those smaller containers, but yet, do they pay the $25.50 anyway?
No, only if they have an account with Morgan
So
County for trash.
in other words,
you can contract with Robinson directly, or you could call Waste Management and say, "Will you deliver a dumpster to me?" It's going to cost you a lot more than that.
right, it
But
does
but
cost
you
a
can
lot more.
absolutely do that.
But if you do that, what's the difference between somebody that does not decide to do that versus somebody that says, no, I don't want to pick up garbage and I don't want to send garbage down there? Then what about them?
You mean if they don't have any trash hauling?
Yeah, they have 0 trash hauling.
Well, they have
I
to
was told
dispose
they
of their
still have to
trash
pay.
somehow.
Well, you've either got chickens or brood.
I-
I'm just questioning.
Can you do that? Probably, but if you create a nuisance, then you're going to be subject to the
Right.
nuisance laws of the county. So
Right, and I'm
should
just
you do
asking
that? No,
because,
you probably should.
because there's the people that are
But-
gone all winter long, that are down in wherever, Timbuktu, and they are, they're paying because they were required to pay the amount.
Utilities, most utilities have an availability service. Trash has that. Yeah, we're into a hypothetical that I don't think
I'm
matters.
actually, because it happened. I'm just saying, is it required to have garbage disposal?
No, you could cancel it, but
But you have to pay still.
we
No, you
charge
don't.
$100 fee.
you
No,
don't.
you
You
don't.
don't.
If
You
you
pay that, you don't charge anything.
if you cancel your account completely,
You can cancel.
You're not required to have a garbage can. If you don't have the garbage can, you don't pay anything.
But you are required to pay for the recycle.
Correct.
If you don't want it.
That's right.
yes, if you have a trash account with the county, you are required to have the to pay for the bundled rate, which does include recycling. About 40% of our households already had recycling through a third party. They will be saving money on this one versus what they were paying to the county plus the third party.
I've had those questions. That's why I'm asking. It's not just from me, hypothetical.
so-
These are people that have asked me, have called me and
Yeah,
said.
but that's probably a question that should be discussed with our staff and not here. But regardless, if you cancel your service, let's say you're gone for 6 months, right? You can cancel your service, but when you come back, you're going to pay $100 to reestablish the service and have carts brought out to you,
Right.
which is probably not real
Right.
cost effective to do on a regular basis. So that's something to consider. And utilities have an availability charge. If you look at your
It's
water,
not
your
much.
sewer, there's an availability charge because there's a cost with having that utility connected. There's a cost, associated with
Even
trash
like
disposal.
Rocky Mountain Power, even if you're
Right.
fully functional in solar, you have a charge.
Yep. Even if you're
Then
not,
that's
if you're connected to them, you're paying some type of charge.
Right.
So I
Anyway,
kind
that
of
being said,
feel like-
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution CR.
Yeah, I have one more.
Oh,
thing.
sorry.
I kind of feel like there needs
just
to
trying
be
to
a
shut
little
me
better
down.
communication on canceling your current recycling company. Like, oh, I have Ace Recycling,
So-
and a lot of people do. So
They
we
they
need to
will
cancel
actually
that?
cancel that automatically once all the
Who's they?
recycling the third party ACE. They've been put on notice that recycling cans are being delivered to all residents that have a trash service with Morgan County.
Not
So
written anywhere, like. So
the
residents can
the
report
district
that?
had that conversation with them. So I don't know if it's written.
Because we as residents, I didn't know that.
And maybe we
And
could
there's a
put
lot
that
of
somewhere
people
on
that
there.
have Ace.
I mean, you could call and cancel it if you want, beforehand, but otherwise they will be coming to collect those cans once the recycling program starts, which wouldn't be till June.
So it will start in June, not July.
Well, that's our plan right now.
Okay.
That could move if it takes longer than expected to get the cans out.
Commissioner Newton.
Okay,
Middle of-
sorry, I'm sorry, we've been all over the place here. I'll move that we approve resolution CR 25-16, modifying waste management and recycling fees.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Kate?
The two cost adjustments that I put forth are because we didn't know what the amount was gonna be at the end of the fiscal year. So one is the ARPA rollover, and one is the $250,000 grant for the floodplain study. That's not supposed to be done until February of 2027. So in order to roll those funds over to expense out for those grants, I have to put them back in the budget.
But we don't have to do it until the end of 2026, don't we?
You mean use the funds?
Yeah, we have to
Yeah,
use
we don't
the
have to use
funds.
them fully, but what she's saying is if we put them, right now, there's no expense line item for them because they were in 2024's budget.
Oh, okay.
We
I
need an
understand.
expense line item for
Okay,
these. That's
I
what we're
understand. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the budget adjustment for the rollover ARPA funds and the flood disaster funds.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
I have a
Aye.
question before you finish.
Oh.
A discussion item. On this, in the 250 for the flood disaster fund, which one is that?
That is the one that, he was there earlier.
Is that the one that was the FEMA?
FEMA.
It's not the Peterson Bridge mitigation, it is our full floodplain study.
That Jared was working
That's the
on.
one that Jared was working on for the fairgrounds area.
I thought it was only 150.
Through the whole
Did
area.
did we do more than just that area, or did we do all the way down to the
All
end of
the
the
way
canyon?
through.
Oh, because
Yeah, it's
originally it was only to 150,000.
It's most of the valley, I think.
Okay.
The grant was 250,000, I'm just rolling the grant.
Okay, all right. I just wasn't sure which one that was. Whatever happened, and this is flood money too, of 1983 flood money. Where'd that disappear to?
It didn't, it went into the flood mitigation fund.
Yeah, we moved all that a number of while ago.
Because we didn't do it in a meeting.
First quarter of last year.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's when you were moving everything from Fund 17 to 19 and 18, and you wanted all these things changed around.
Was that? That would have been 6 months ago?
It was a year ago.
Yeah, that was
I don't remember.
before the fair,
So,
but I still think it was quarter 3.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Oh, let's see.
Okay, the last one is I don't know who's going to UAC. Raylene said she is.
I am.
Juan said he is not. I haven't heard from anybody else.
I've already paid mine.
I would like to, but we probably ought to discuss. There's enough conferences and stuff here. We're going to end up blowing through our travel fund pretty quickly. And I don't know what we want to do about that, if anything, but
Budget adjustment, like everything else.
I won't, Kate, I will not be going to that one.
Okay, so Mike, you're maybe.
I'm out of
Raylene,
town.
Have you registered? Bob's not going. Blaine registered.
I burned out my personal days, aren't you?
I will let you know by the end of the week.
Okay. It's just those early bird. Once you get out of those early birds.
Yeah, it's worth the early bird.
When does that end? Is that sooner than the end of the week?
It was last week.
Yeah, you're fine. I think we have the end of the month.
No, it's pretty soon. Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we go into a closed session. What's that?
I just need to know who to register and no one was emailing me back.
Gotcha.
I just started sticking on the agenda.
I thought I responded to you. I don't know why my emails aren't getting to you. Did you get my work session stuff?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
because I
Okay,
sent the agenda out.
all right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into a closed session for the purpose of discussing the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, including any form of water right or water shares, and additionally, reasonably imminent or pending litigation.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.